So good morning, dear friends. Good morning, dear friends. I'm really glad to see you all here at this International Expert Exchange You Lead with Europe. So our conference is called the Development of Municipalities, Trust Institutions, Finance and People. So yesterday we talked more about institutions and finance. Today we'll talk about trust and people. So this is the second day of the conference, and I do hope that you've been here with us yesterday and you we're truly satisfied with our highly qualified and professional discussions, with our moderators, with the speakers, with the issues that were discussed, and those, let's say, those plans that Ukrainian government representatives shared with us, also representatives of the donors, organizations, and comments from our experts, international experts and Ukrainian experts, on how to implement the strategy of state development, the current state, and what do we need to have in future. So just upon the occasion, I'd like to remind you, so those who, due to some objective reasons, could not join us yesterday, you will have this opportunity to have our first day recorded, and soon at YouTube channel and Facebook page, You Lead with Europe. Basically, we're streaming this conference right now. You'll be able to see it on the special website where you registered, maybe. If you didn't register, so you have a link at our Facebook page and on website. You have some interesting materials about the regional development and also the agenda, and you can take a closer look at the agenda day. So upon the occasion, again, I'd like to express our gratitude to technical team and to interpreters. Without them, everything that happened yesterday and everything we will have today would be impossible. This is the new format for us. This is the online forum. We never did it before. And there are some moments, some technical moments, but still, I think we managed. I think we coped. And the audience did not notice anything, but you usually do have some skeletons in the cupboard. So how do we work? After each session, we have this interactive break, and during this break, we demonstrate videos with stories, how You Lead with Europe program actually works in Ukraine. But 5 minutes before each session, before the next block, we bring this dynamic break, as we call this. And the 5-minute break is a signal for you that soon we'll be back and that we'll have another session coming. So today we'll be joined by the guests from Ukraine and other countries as well, EU countries. We'll have France and Spain with us, and among our guests, not only the experts on regional development, because we talk about trust in people today, again, I mentioned. Without these concepts, any regional development policy is just a stock of paper at the ministry's table. So today we invited the audience. We invited the speakers telling you about the people, so teachers, restaurant owners, people who really push the communities, push the municipalities forward. So these people who do know what actually the citizens need, what actually the amalgamated communities need, what towns and cities in Ukraine do need to feel happier. Because what is the aim of any state policy? To make people's lives better, anyway. Essentially, that's the final aim. So we're about to start. And I'd like to pass the floor right now to the moderator of the first session. Basically, this will be the speech by Ms. Angelika Mavridou. You can see her on the screen. So Ms. Angelika is the advisor of Mr. Beiser. She's the advisor of You Lead with Europe program, and she'll tell us about the institutions and the prosperity of the territories. This is the topic of the session. So please, Angelika, you're welcome.
Thank you, Yevgen. Good morning and welcome to the second day of this year's International Expert Exchange. I'm very pleased to introduce today's first keynote session titled Institutions and the Fortunes of Territories. And first of all, I would like to welcome our distinguished speaker, Professor Rodriguez Pose. Good morning, Professor. Professor Rodriguez Pose is a professor of economic geography at the London School of Economics, part-time professor at various EU universities, editor of economic geography, past president of the Regional Science Association International, and past vice president of the European Regional Science Association. And he notes remarkable research. I believe we talk about 180 published papers, including but in no way limited to the fields of regional development and growth, as well as international institutions and economic development. He regularly advises several directorates of the European Commission and various others international institutions. And in 2018, he was awarded the Prize for Regional Science from the European Regional Science Association. So, and this is just a part of his distinctions. So we are very pleased to have Professor Pose here today with us. Thank you so much for your participation at ULEAD's International Expert Exchange. We're looking forward to your presentation on the role, but if I understand correctly, foremost also on the relevance and impact of institutions when it comes to development. And before I pass the floor, I would like to give you a very brief overview of the session. The session will last 40 minutes, and unfortunately we're very much bound by this time frame. We will start with the presentation. It's going to last for 30 minutes, and in this time slot you are invited to post your questions on the chats that we have created in YouTube and Facebook. And we will do our best to bundle those questions in a way that allows us to address as many of them as possible. However, as you realize that we have a very tight time schedule, I apologize in advance if we will not be able to come back to all of those questions today. We also prepared a poll, a question we would like you to vote on. My colleagues are depicting it already on the screen. You can do so by either following the scan the code that you see on the screen right now and entering the code you see below, or in the alternative, you follow the link you find in the chat of YouTube and Facebook and again enter this code to vote. And what we would like to know is what, in your opinion, municipalities in Ukraine need the most to develop. Is it investment? Is it education and skills? Is it money? Is it good institutions and government? Is it trust and cooperation between people, which, in your opinion, is the most important factor? And with that, I would like to pass the floor to Professor Pose so that we can start with the presentation. Professor, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Ageliki. It's for me a great pleasure to be here with you. And I'm going to take my headphones so I cannot hear your nice translator, but you see, I hope you can hear me now well. It's a pleasure for me to be with you, albeit not in person. It would have been nice to be in Kiev, but the circumstances of the pandemic not allowed. And what I'm going to be talking today is about the role of institutions in the development of territories, how having better institutions affects the fortunes of different territories in different parts of the world. So what I'm going to try to highlight is that there is a problem, and we in the development community, everyone who deals with development, from academics to policymakers to the people that suffer development policies, are facing a problem. And this problem is related to how our understanding of development has and growth has changed over time. Let me just start by highlighting that every development policy has two fundamental aims. The first aim is to try to achieve greater jobs, improve the number of jobs, but also the quality of jobs, and on the other hand, to lead to greater economic development. Having said that, for many, many years, this was thought to be a relatively easy task. It was just a question of putting more money into physical infrastructure, building more roads, building better trains, more motorways, airports, and other types of infrastructure like access to electricity, to clean water, digital communications, improving your human capital, investing in education, basic education, but also on the job training, and improving the capacity of your firms to innovate. And with that combination, you would achieve better jobs and more jobs and greater economic growth. Of course, there was something that was not explained, and that was why I put that interrogation mark over there, because with that interrogation mark, what happens is the part that is called the residual factor, the part that we don't know. But what has happened over time? Over time, what has happened is that our theories have improved, our data has improved. In theory, our capacity to design and intervene has also improved. But with the traditional factors, more infrastructure, more human capital, and more innovation, we are explaining less and less. We're actually determining less and less of this economic development. This is the paradox. We have improved, but the fact that what has grown is what we don't know, which is mainly the interrogation point, is the residual factor. And if we take a look at how this affects policy, is that we are increasingly a bit in the dark about why the policies that we have used for the best of 40, 50, 60 years, depending on the cases, to promote development are working less and less. I just have to say that policies have generally worked, especially in the European Union, with some caveats. There has been a positive impact of the cohesion funds on regional development across Europe. And this impact has been growing over time. The European Commission, the European Union in general, has been learning and has been improving in dealing with cohesion funds. But there have been some significant declines in different axes of intervention, mainly on the cases of infrastructure. And I'm going to put some examples. And after all, although I work in London, I am Spanish. And we have in Spain plenty of examples. Spain with Portugal is probably, thanks to the cohesion policy, thanks to the structural funds and the investment that has taken place there over the last 30 years, the two countries in the world with the best road infrastructure, Spain with the best railway infrastructure, with the most airports. But despite all this effort, it has not helped those two countries and the regions in those countries to grow as much as it was expected. And there are plenty of examples of empty high-speed train railways, empty airports, toll roads that go bust, trains that don't carry enough passengers, and then you have situations that go to the stream, like the one you see at the bottom, in which you see that, according to the FT, an airport in Spain, the airport of Ciudad Real, that cost 1 billion euros, was put on tender, and the biggest offer was just for 10,000 euros. Of course, it was not sold for 10,000 euros. It was put an offer on another bid the year later. But nevertheless, that's an indication of how much sometimes putting too much of something does not necessarily lead to the best outcomes. Of course, it can be worse, because you have a country, or you have other countries, like, for example, Italy and Greece, that have invested as much, if not more, on infrastructure, and where Greece has spent as much as Portugal, Portugal has got a significant amount to show for the changes that have taken place. Whereas in the case of Greece, what we have is less growth and in also less infrastructure. So how do we explain this? How do we explain that what we have seen has been a much lower level of explanation of what we can do in terms of investment? Why has this question mark grown over time? And there's one answer: because development policy has overlooked the quality of the institutions in which this activity takes place. And of course, when we look at institutions, we look at a lot of different factors. It can be just things like simple rule of law. So how effective are your, let's say, tribunals? How effective are your courts? How fair they are? How well they work? Your government effectiveness. So the efficacy of your government in designing and implementing policy, the transparency, the accountability of governments, the level of participation of the population in those decision making, and of course the level of corruption and how pervasive is corruption in certain parts. So when we go, one of the problems that we hadn't included institutions in this mix of development was that institutions are very difficult to define and especially difficult to measure. We knew for a long time that the quality of government, that the level of corruption was much higher in certain parts of the world than in others, much higher in certain parts of Europe than in others, but we didn't know exactly how to measure that. This is something that has become far more developed, far more refined over the last 3 decades. It started mainly at the national level, but even now at the subnational level, at the regional level, where probably institutions make a bigger difference, what we have is a far better measurements of institutions. When you see there the map that is on your right, it highlights the quality of institutions as measured in a subjective way through a survey by the Quality of Government Institute at the University of Gothenburg, which is the one that has been more or less adopted in different cohesion reports by the European Commission, in which you see a significant variation of institutional quality across Europe. And it's not just the north south or the east west division, it's a far more complex one. You have some places in Europe that have excellent institutions. These are the Nordic countries. Wherever you are in Sweden or in Finland or in Denmark, you have very good institutions, many parts of Germany as well. You have the polar opposite, which is those parts of Europe with the worst institutions. And this is not just in Eastern Europe. It's mainly concentrated in the southeastern corner of Europe, in places like Romania, in places like Bulgaria, Greece, Croatia, and the south of Italy, with places like, for example, Calabria and Campania having low quality institutions on a level, on a par with many regions, for example, in Romania and Bulgaria. And in between, you have two groups. You have the core of Europe, going from Western Germany, but also through Belgium, through France, and to the Iberian Peninsula, which is around the average, although it has deteriorated in the case of Spain, and also in the countries in Central and Eastern Europe, all the way from Estonia to Slovenia, where the quality of institutions is below the average, but is significantly better than what you see in southern Italy or in Bulgaria and in Romania. And of course, the quality of institutions can change over time. And you can see here the different ways. So what I show you was the latest one that we have, which was the map of 2017. But this exercise has been repeated in 2009, 2013. There's a certain level of stability. In some cases, what we have is significant differences within countries. The gap in institutional quality that you see between the south of Italy and parts of the north of Italy is as big as almost as what you can see across the whole of the European Union. And you have some cases where institutions have improved. That's the case, for example, of Estonia over this period of time, and others where institutions have deteriorated. That's unfortunately the case of Spain, where you can see that the colors get darker over time. And this is something that we are now measuring in other parts of the world. This is another similar measure of quality of institutions in the case of China, but also in Africa, where the analysis is being done both at the national but also at the subnational level. So the question is, if we include institutions in the equation, if we include institutions in the policy for development, what is the impact of these institutions? And what we're finding when we're doing these analyses is that the implications of poor institutional quality, the implications of lack of good governance for development are phenomenal in terms of both direct, how do they affect the capacity of different territories, the capacity of regions and cities and localities to actually develop, but also indirect in the way in which they do affect the quality of other policies, so let's say innovation policies, infrastructure policies, to actually deliver on their goals. What I'm going to present you in the next few minutes, very briefly, is a whole connection of what are these direct effects and indirect effects. And I want to highlight with the next couple of slides that this is based on a lot of data. This is not just coming out of the blue. There's a lot of analysis, and the results that come out of this work are extremely consistent throughout. So let me just go and summarize what the results. So let me just start with the returns of public policy. If you have certain levels of institutions, you have a good quality of institutions, what you tend to have is correspondingly better types of investment in human capital, better types of investment in infrastructure, better types of investment in innovation. Whereas if you have much weaker, lower quality institutions, all those factors, you have less investment, not just less, but you also tend to have worse investment in those three factors that are the traditional factors behind economic development. And when you put everything together, in places with better institutions, you have better policies for everything else, and you lead, or that leads to higher levels of employment generation and more economic growth. If you have weaker institutions, the connection is very simple. You achieve lower growth and lower jobs. But this is also something that can be translated when you look at, for example, other types of intervention, which is the cohesion policy of the European Union, whose aim is fundamentally to achieve more development in the less developed areas of the European Union, especially very often those that have, as we have seen, some of the worst institutional quality in Europe. And when you take a look at the distribution, you see that in those places where you have most European regions actually get relatively little money, but there are quite a few that receive more than 80, 100, or even 150 euros per capita on a given year for economic development. And here the results are interesting because if I just move one slide forward, what we see in this graph is that if you spent, and this is the black bars at the bottom, 80 euros per capita per year on cohesion funds, you achieve a certain level of development. If you go to the gray lines, that's you increase by 20 euros, your level of development increases. And if you go to the blue line, that's 120 euros, that's the threshold, then you still increase. But after 120 euros, the returns stop. You put 150, we've done the analysis for 200, 250, and the lines superimpose each other. This means that beyond 120 euros, unless you improve the quality of government, which is the main factor blocking the improvement of the returns of new investment, you don't achieve any higher growth. And when you put everything here together, this is translated into this sort of results in which what is important to see is that for the European Union, in order to achieve greater growth above a certain threshold, which is 80 euros per head, you are much better off by improving the quality of institutions than by adding any additional money. So the impact of any increase in quality of government is 3 to 3.5 times higher than a similar increase in funding for economic development. And these reinforce each other. The better the quality of government, the higher the returns in terms of additional investment. And what we find is that anything or any type of investment that goes beyond 120 euros per head per year does not yield any returns in the current circumstances across the European Union unless it is accompanied by a significant drive for the improvement of government efficiency, the reduction of corruption, the improvement of transparency and accountability, and a better rule of law. I mean, you could achieve, in theory, some improvement by putting more funding, but in order to achieve the same results than by improving institutions, you would have to increase the budget of cohesion funds by 2.7 times, something that is completely off the cards. But of course, there are not just impacts in terms of economic growth. There are other direct impacts, like in terms of employment. So if you have good quality institutions, you are more likely to generate better jobs, and these jobs are likely to be qualified and stable, the type of jobs you need in a much more competitive, much more integrated environment like the one we have at the moment. If you have lower quality institutions, the problem is that you first generate less jobs, and those jobs tend to be first of a lower level of qualification. They are more precarious and very often come associated with lower opportunities and longer periods of unemployment, especially for those with the lowest level of qualifications. But it's not just the direct impact. There's a significant indirect impact through which poor institutional quality, poor governance at the local level affects the returns of other policies. Let's think, for example, of innovation policy, the policy that is now one of the stars everywhere in the world, because we know that without significant innovation, it's very difficult in a more competitive world in which other parts of the world will have significant advantages, for example, in labor costs, that you need more innovation in order to increase productivity and in order to increase growth. Well, if you take a look at the graph in the middle, and what we have is actually divided quality of government on a scale from 0 to 1, with regions in 1 having the best quality of government and regions at 0 having the worst quality of government in the European Union. What we get there is something very simple. if you have very poor quality of government, if you are in the lower third in terms of quality of government, or if you're the top 20% in quality of government, changes in quality of government don't matter that much for innovation capacity. But for the bulk of regions that are located between in the second and third tiers, between 30% and 80%, quality of government is absolutely fundamental in order to determine the returns of innovation policy. And with poor government quality, any type of innovation effort gets whittled down and doesn't make that much of a difference. Another indirect effect comes with infrastructure policies. And this is some tendency that we have observed. I put the example of Portugal, I put the example of Spain at the beginning. When you have weak institutions, when you have weak government quality overall, in terms of the type of infrastructure that you want to put, you go for visible, big projects, you go for glitzy infrastructure. You have a preference, for example, in the case of road infrastructure, for big motorways, rather than go for the more humble, less visible, but perhaps more effective secondary road. And what we find is that if you go for big infrastructure, you go for glitzy infrastructure, you might get short-term electoral returns, but in the long run, that doesn't lead to far greater generation of jobs or far greater economic growth. By contrast, when you have a situation whereby you have much better quality of government, what we have found is that less developed regions, especially that have nevertheless a relatively good quality of government, they build motorways, but very often they combine motorways with a lot of secondary roads, which are virtually absent in terms of lower government quality places. And what you find is that that combination of motorways with secondary roads has led over time to more job creation and to more economic growth. And then, of course, what you find here, if I can move to the next slide, is that in different types of regions, depending on their level of development, you end up with different types of economic outcome. And for example, let's divide Europe and the less developed regions of Europe between what are called the low-income regions, so regions on the border with the Ukraine, on the border with Belarus, very often that are still relatively poor in the European context, but have been growing fast. In those regions, still the traditional sort of cocktail, the traditional mix of policies of more infrastructure, more human capital, and more investment in innovation seem to work, and they work relatively well. Of course, improving quality of government would accelerate the returns of those policies, but nevertheless, you can still invest in the traditional factors and get actual results in terms of job creation and economic growth. By contrast, if you take a look at the regions of Southern Europe that are low growth regions, mainly because they got a much higher income still than those regions on the east of the European Union, but have been growing very, very little, what we have is that putting more money into infrastructure or more money into innovation is not yielding returns, unfortunately. And the two factors that still matter is fundamentally improving institutions and improving human capital. In fact, these are regions that have been in what is known as a development trap. They have reached a certain level of development, which is relatively high in comparison to other less developed regions of the European Union, but they have been stuck there for quite some time, in some cases for decades, and this problem cannot be overcome unless you address the big infrastructure bottlenecks that are preventing this type of growth. So let me just start to highlight a bit what can be the implications for the Ukraine. When we talk about the Ukraine, we're talking about a country that would have many of the problems that we have seen in some of the less developed regions of the eastern part of the European Union. So in the case of the Ukraine, like virtually everywhere, but especially in less developed areas, what you'll have is a need to put institutions at the center, at the heart of any development strategy. And of course, one of the things that needs and is absolutely essential is to work on the quality of institutions and the quality of trust. So you need to know how do you improve the quality of local institutions? How do you improve, let's say, governance, government effectiveness? How do you reduce corruption? How do you improve the rule of law? And how do you make your governments at the local level, with the reform and the decentralization reform, much more transparent, much more accountable, and governments that facilitate participation by the people? And how do you also make sure that you don't regress once you do some improvements to previous conditions, because the forces that are going to resist a change are significant? A second factor that is important is understanding the quality of institutions and how this impinges, how this affects economic development. Here, what is good to see is that if you improve institutions, the likelihood that you're going to get not just affect the job creation factor and also affect economic growth, but you're also going to have impacts on a lot of other factors that are going to affect the prosperity of many places within the Ukraine in the future. They're going to affect the levels of well-being and happiness of people, the level of sustainability, not just from an environmental perspective, but also from a social and economic perspective. And also they're going to affect the resilience, the capacity to bounce back in cases like when you have a crisis, like, for example, the current COVID-19 crisis. There's also an important task in order to try to discern what are the role of formal and informal institutions. Most of the analysis that I have highlighted has been more on the formal side: rule of law, government effectiveness, transparency and accountability. The most informal part is corruption, but you also need to understand that all these factors are accompanied by a lot of other institutional factors that have an important impact on economic development. Factors like, for example, trust, factors like, for example, openness, factors like, for example, the question of diversity, and factors like, for example, the capacity to build consensus, develop social capital, and create important bridges across the board. And also, you need to understand the mechanisms through which all this works, because we know that institutions matter, but how do they matter and what do you do? How do you intervene? And here I don't have time to develop it in detail, but things like improving digitalization for transparency, creating the conditions that would deter the generation of development. The training of civil servants is absolutely fundamental. The use of, let's say, digital means for putting everything out in the open so everyone can see what's going on within government. These are all factors that increase trust in the system and therefore facilitate much greater levels of development. And then finally, and as importantly, once you do that, you need to improve policy. Because if you have better institutions, then you have better conditions for development, and that allows you to actually develop far better, far stronger policies. As I said, not just in the Ukraine, but virtually everywhere in Europe and in the world, if we're going to achieve far greater development, if we're going to grow in a more sustainable, in a more resilient way, in a way that improves welfare, what we need is to focus on the institutional dimension. We need to focus on the efficiency of our governments. We need to address the important bottlenecks, because by improving the quality of those institutions, we're going to make sure that we improve the fortunes of our territories and especially of the people that live there. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and I'll be very happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Professor, for this very interesting and informative presentation. Indeed, when we think of development, we're mostly preoccupied with, let's say, more obvious factors like investment or human capital. But what is clear to me after listening to your presentation is that we should under no circumstances overlook the role of institutions, and the data that you have shared with us, and we're very thankful for that, and it also looks like it's connected with a lot of work, clearly evidence that we have to focus on the capacity of institutions if we want to make things happen and move forward. But with that, I would like to indeed put some questions on you. So We have received several, but I will just put one. When it comes to the impact of institutional quality on the economic development of regions, ranging from government efficiency, transparency and accountability, to the rule of law, to fighting corruption, how would you prioritize the course of action? In other words, where do we start? Professor, can you hear us? Okay.
Выведите меня на секунду вместе с Ангелики. Колеги, в нас...
So, dear colleagues, we have just a small pause. Unfortunately, we're out of connection with the professor. He is joining us from Madrid, and we do understand that it takes little time to get to Madrid, to Spain. So something may happen during the trip. So I definitely think we'll cope with the technical issues. So really interesting presentation. I was listening to that. So what Ukrainian communities should invest, where they should invest first. Social cohesion, infrastructure. So we can take everything at once, and basically without prioritizing, we have problems everywhere. But what actually gave me this hope, that states bordering Ukraine, neighboring Ukraine, they have already started getting out of this situation when they lack investment, and even comparing to the southwestern Europe, he mentioned the better dynamics, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia. So these are the countries that we may take as examples, as our flagships, and we basically may use that approaches in our plans. This might generate some optimism, I guess, and we may even we may analyze the state construction program from another perspective, because a lot of criticism is there, definitely, for this program. But from Professor, we heard that such investment of this type, actually, it does enhance the institutional capacity, and basically then we have better governance and better lives, the quality of life for our citizens. So we speak about these non-traditional economic instruments like the state transfers or the direct support of government provided to enterprises and territories, indirect, partially. So sometimes we just need to step aside from Madrid. We just need to take the Madrid perspective to analyze Ukrainian reality and adapt to it. So do we have Professor there? Yes, we do, I guess. Wonderfully.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I don't know what happened, but the internet was working here, so...
Yes. Well, we're very happy that you're back, and I will pose the question again so that you can answer. So, when it comes to the impact of institutional quality on the economic development of regions, and we heard from your presentation, this ranges from government efficiency, transparency and accountability to the rule of law and fighting corruption. What, in your view, how would you prioritize the course of action? In other words, where do we start? Well, we're very happy that you're back.
Okay.
And, I will post
Let me just, because I'm here, I hear you again.
So do I.
All right, so where do we start? It's not easy to make a distinction, because this is all integrated. It's not that we can say, let's start by government efficiency, or let's start by tackling corruption, or let's start by transparency, accountability. Everything has to be done in conjunction, because you cannot improve government efficiency, you cannot tackle corruption at the same time. You cannot improve transparency if you do not make your government more efficiency. And of course, if corruption is rife, you're not going to achieve any sort of transparency and accountability. So there's a need to put everything together, making sure that you are doing what might seem at the beginning little by little, improving all other factors in order to make sure that once you achieve that, the factors are going to become bigger and bigger, and eventually you'll end up with much better institutions. You cannot accept a piecemeal type of solution in which you actually go for one, let's say, let's tackle corruption or let's improve transparency. It has to be a concerted effort tackling all dimensions that represent a significant block for economic development from an institutional perspective.
Believe in the last minute that we still have, we could maybe take a look at the outcome of our poll question. So just to remind the audience, the question was, what do municipalities in Ukraine need the most to develop? Investment, education and skills, money, good institutions and governance, or trust and cooperation between people? Can we have a look at the results of this question? I believe in the last minute that we still have, we could maybe take a look at the outcome of our poll question. So just to remind the audience, the question was, what do municipalities in Ukraine need the most to develop? Investment, education and skills, money, good institutions and governance, or trust and cooperation between people? Can we have a look at the results of this question? Thank you. So, Professor, what are your thoughts when you see this?
Well, I think that the message is getting through, that institutions are absolutely fundamental. I imagine that if I had asked, or this question had been asked about a decade ago, the biggest response would be money, education and skills and investment. And there would be very few people focusing on institutions and government effectiveness. What I think is that all the factors that have been...
What are your thoughts when you see this?
All the factors that are there are factors that are absolutely fundamental in terms of achieving economic development. You need good institutions and you need trust and cooperation between people. But this, in order to improve your institutions, you need investment, you need money, and you need also better education and skills. So when you have this concerted effort in which you, on the one hand, improve the skills with better investment, and you target part of that investment to address the important problems, institutional problems of government effectiveness, transparency and accountability, of fighting corruption, of lack of trust in the system, with adequate investments, and put institutions as one of the pillars together with human capital, with infrastructure, with innovation, you have the right type of structure, the right type of policy to make sure that you are on the right track to achieve much greater development and the generation of jobs and growth that are far more sustainable than the situation you have had in the Ukraine for the last few decades.
Thank you very much, Professor. With this, we conclude our session and we go back to Yevgen.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure being with you, and I enjoyed the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
To make sure that you are on the right track to achieve much greater development.
Дякую, пане
So
професоре.
thank you, Professor, thank you, Angelica. Thank you for this truly interesting conversation, exhilarating conversation. We had some technical issues, but we again managed to cope. And well, we have this echo again, some extra background. So we have another microphone. We need to take it away. Thank you. So right now we'll have 2-minute very short break because we took a little bit of extra time, and in 2-3 minutes we'll have another panel called Trust and Development. And there we'll talk on how municipalities should build trust, which will be the foundation, the background for the capable institution, for better governance, and basically for the infrastructure as a result to improve. So please, 2-minute break, and then we'll come back to our discussion. Thank you.
Доброго дня.
So, good afternoon. We're back. We're back in the studio to continue our international expert discussion, You Lead with Europe. The first session has just finished. We had Andres Rodriguez Pose, professor from Madrid. He told us basically how institutions can involve the development of the territories, why people become poor, why they become rich. So we had some problems with technical connection, but you will definitely be able to get it in the recorded version. So it's really worth looking because all these conclusions are absolutely relevant for Ukraine and for us to plan a better regional development policy for the near future. And right now, it's about time to come to another session. We started a little bit later with a small delay, but anyway, I don't think it's a big problem. And we will definitely have very interesting people here in this panel today and a very interesting moderator I'd like to present. So, Mr. Volodymyr Yermolenko, philosopher, prominent Ukrainian writer. He's also a lecturer at Kyiv-Mohyla University and analytics director at Internews Ukraine. So, Volodymyr, I pass the floor to you, and I think this will be truly a wonderful panel. Thank you. Thank you for your trust, Thank you for actually giving me the opportunity to moderate it. Our panel is called Trust and Development. The way to build trust for better cooperation in top policy and at region level. So we'll talk about trust, about something more abstract, not so practical, not so material. So we've already talked about it at the conference. We've already raised these issues, and we know how important it is to have this established relationship, established trust between people, and trust between institutions and people. So I'd like to present our panelists. So we have Monica Brezzi, Head of Division for Governance, Indicators and Performance Evaluation at OECD. Monica, nice to meet you. And we also have Ms. Sofia Opatska, Vice Rector of Ukrainian Catholic University and also founder of Ukrainian Business School. So, Ms. Sofia, you're welcome. So, good morning, dear participants. And also Olena Stashkina, philosopher, professor, historian at National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Ms. Olena, good morning. And Andriy Kolomytsev with us, head of Priyutivska municipality. So, Andriy, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Okay, you can see that we have very different participants, different speakers. We have a representative of OECD, international organization, and we do have a representative of one of the biggest and one of, let's say, one of the prominent Ukrainian universities. We have Olena also with us, who is a prominent writer and philosopher, and Andriy. He'll tell us about this practical experience, field experience, about decentralization, about governance and municipality experience. So I think in this 3D format, it would be definitely possible for us to give this comprehensive picture, and we'll we'll demonstrate whether there is a trust in Ukrainian community today. Let's start with a global perspective. I'd like to pass the floor to Ms. Monica right now, and I'd like her to tell about this context of trust in a broader aspect, a more general aspect, where Ukraine is, where is its place, and how does it feel? Is it different from other countries in that sense? So, Ms. Monica, you have some time for a longer presentation, for 15 minutes, you do have it, and then we'll go directly to the discussion. Ms. Monica, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Many thanks for this invitation. I'm really glad to participate in this panel, as you said, with different perspectives. So I would like just to give a bit introduction on the work that we are doing on measuring trust in governments and public institutions, and also in trying to understand what are the determinants, what drives trust in governments. We can go to the first slide. So why does it matter? I think it follows quite nicely the survey that you took in the previous keynote session, when the respondents said that for local governments it's very important to invest in good governance and enhancing trust. And indeed, we have many evidence that there is a positive relation between trust and reforms. reforms in terms of organization of the government, the territorial organization of it, the legal system, labor market, and so on. In addition, trust promotes compliance with public policies, and we are also seeing this in terms during the COVID-19 pandemic in so many countries, the importance of good trust between governments and citizens in order to comply with all the measures that have been put in place to reduce the spread of the virus. You can go to the next slide. So if we take a first general perspective in terms of the levels of trust, so this is a picture from the Gallup survey, what poll, where you see the level, the percentage of population responding to the question if they have confidence in their national government. And you see that these are the data for the European Central Asia region and also the average of the OECD. We have in 2019, so before the crisis of the current crisis, and only 45% of the OECD population and 48% in the ECA region trust their government. But what is even more important is that this 45% in the case of the OECD and a little bit more than 30% in the case of Ukraine, this comes from values that have fallen very quickly after the economic crisis in 2009, and it took more than 10 years to recover. So the first message to say is that public trust doesn't easily heal. So it takes a long time to recover and to restore trust. And especially there are some regions where for many years trust in public institutions and in governments has been relatively low. We can go to the next slide. So besides the importance of monitoring the levels of trust of citizens in institutions, even more importantly is to understand, what are the main drivers, what are the main determinants influencing trust. So we work with this framework that we can call public trust framework, where that identifies 5 main drivers that have to do with the responsiveness of public institutions in providing public services to the citizens at the level that they need. The reliability of public institutions in anticipate and assessing evolving challenges, and then 3 main values of governments, which are the openness, the integrity, and the fairness. So for openness, we mean not only provide information for citizens to understand what the government is doing, but also to develop tools and ways to engage the participation, to facilitate the participation of citizens. For integrity, of course, we mean high standards of behavior of public officials, but also commitment against corruption. And finally, for fairness, fairness relates both to the fairness in the process, but also in the outcome. So a consistent treatment of citizens and business. So we can go to the next slide. So these are the 5 main drivers, and the idea is really to measure how citizens perceive, experience, evaluate their interaction with government, with public sector, with public services. So this survey tries to ask different situational questions where citizens are asked not only about their perception, so how much they trust different institutions, but also what are their expectations in terms of behavior of the public sector, or what are their experience, and if they are satisfied with the quality of their public services. So when we see the results in the next slide, we can go to the next slide. Okay, thank you. So here are some results for 5 countries. Unfortunately, we have not carried out this survey in Ukraine, so I cannot provide you with a specific for Ukraine. But what you see here for 5 countries, sorry, for six countries: Finland, Germany, Korea, Italy, Slovenia, and the United States. You see what are the values, the percentage of population that considers its national government to be responsive, reliable, open, integer, and fair. And you see that already among these countries, there is a wide differences. For example, if we look at the results on openness, so to the question whether whether citizens have experienced that the government was open in the sense of giving the space to voice concern, to voice complaints, to understand what was doing. You see that there are wide differences between, for example, the percentage where you have in Finland that there are more than 35% of the population saying positively about the openness of the government. On the other spectrum, you have in the case of Slovenia, where this percentage is less than 10. So these are the kind of response, the kind of feedback that you have from this survey. And if we look at all the values together for all the countries that we have, in the next slide, if you can go to the next slide, here you see that essentially the dimension of integrity and the dimension of the openness are found to be the most important drivers of trust. So when we put these 5 countries together, what you see that the 2 main important dimensions are the reduction of corruption, integrity, and the second one is openness, or the facilitation of for the citizen to participate. We have also the other determinants of institutional trust, such as the satisfaction with the healthcare, the responsiveness, the satisfaction with the welfare benefit, fairness, and reliability. So we can go to the next slide. So this is the framework and type of data that we try to understand. And now, you know, with the COVID crisis, there has been even bigger effort to adapt this framework not only to different regional contexts, but also to better understand what are the implications of the current crisis that will have an impact on the level of trust between citizens and government. And I want to mention 2 things that I think are relevant for this exchange. The first one is has to do with the regional differences, not only across countries, but also within countries. So when we look at the data, when we have data at the level of the regions or localities, we see that there are very large differences in the levels of trust. But also, more importantly, is that the differences that we observe have to do also with the determinants of trust. So, in other words, the determinants of trust in local governments are quite different from the determinants of trust in national government. And in particular, for the local governments, the dimension of responsiveness of the public sector, and so the capacity, satisfaction, the capacity of the public sector to deliver services, but also the satisfaction of citizens with the public service performance is the most important element to be considered for local governments. So this is, of course, very important, not only because local governments are, generally speaking, in many countries, responsible for to deliver a certain number of services, but also because in the European Central Asia region, almost 60% of citizens in 2017 expressed that they worried of not being able to give a good education. So this has also an importance, not only for the services delivered today, but also in terms of the future. In fact, if we go to the next slide, the other point to make is also that when we are measuring trust in institutions, national and local governments, during this pandemic crisis, the way that governments responded to the crisis, the way they handled this crisis also has a different impact on the level of trust of different population groups. And in particular, here we see what are the determinants of that have motivated, in a sense, the young people in being more trustworthy of the government's actions or less trustworthy. So just to conclude, we can go to the last slide, just to say to thank you and to say that the work that the OECD is trying to do is to increase the comparative evidence across countries, but also, as we saw, trying to understand what are the main determinants of trust also within countries, if there are significant differences between the different levels of government, and also to increase the policy dialogue across countries. And so you can see some links here where you can find the information regarding increasing this dialogue between different communities to understand what governments and society at large can do in order to recover trust for a better recovery and for better development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Monica. Thank you. It was truly interesting to see how you compare different countries. I'll just give you one question and please give a very short answer. But I think afterwards we'll talk more about it. So coming back to one of your first slides, what I was surprised with. So we do have a certain number of countries, democratic countries like Finland, Germany, with high level of trust. And we can see that Southern European countries and Eastern European countries, let's say Italy, Eastern Europe, everything's not very well with trust. It doesn't go very well. I do think that Ukraine will be there some way at Italian, Slovenian level, maybe less. But we can see authoritarian countries, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, where the level of trust is high, extremely high. And trust to power, trust to state authorities, fabricated, authentic in non-democratic countries, this may not always be a determinant of good governance. It may mean something else, definitely, lack of trust. Maybe this is one of the key elements of the democracy. So we have democratic developed countries which may not show very good determinant of good governance, but still they are democratic. What do you think about it? What do you think about this discrepancy?
Yeah, a very interesting question. And so I will try to give a short answer that I think has to do, obviously, as you said, is also with the expectations of citizens. So when also the level of development and the level of democracy, and so the aspiration of citizens. So the answer on trusting your government might be also dependent on that. The other element maybe to underline is that obviously this is a broad question that covers so many things, and that's the reason why beyond monitoring just the levels of trust in governments, it's very important to also try to go behind it and see what are the public governance variables that really determines this level of trust, in order to highlight if there are some worrisome signals. So when you do ask questions about satisfaction with public services, with perception of integrity, or with perception of fairness of the public institutions, well, the answers there are quite different and may shed a light on some of the challenges that the countries are facing.
Так, я усвідомлюю, що я задаю таке дуже філософське питання, але важливо
Okay,
про це.
thank you for this answer. Let's think about it. And we'll try again, to consider this as well. So just a question to Sofia Opatska right now. So let's move to basically Ukrainian situation, Ukrainian context, and actually take Ukrainian context from different perspectives. So Sofia, you do represent one of the most, I'd say, so the universities in Ukraine, Ukrainian Catholic University, this is one of this is the educational establishment, one of those which has the highest trust. This institution was created from the zero level, it was just created from the scratch, as they say, and maybe there is we don't have these extra opinions and this floor, corruption-related floor or something like it. So it's not related to corruption anyway. So in your opinion, how do you think trust building in your sector, in educational sector, can we use the example of your university that it's easier to build the trust by creating new institutions from the scratch instead of reforming the old ones? Thank you for this question. Well, I think that generally, well, you somehow partially gave the answer to my question. So trust is easier to build when institution is being built from the scratch. There is this history, as we say, no criminal records, let's say, for this institution. It starts from the 0 point. And I'd liked really much what I liked about Ms. Monica's presentation. You mentioned the models of behavior. The trust is developed by certain models of behavior. And I do think that trust, external trust, is about whether you have this internal trust within the organization. Within our Ukrainian Catholic University, one of the smallest, by the way, in Ukraine, we are very loud, but we are very small anyway. So anyone hears us usually. So we actually used this very clear model of behavior when we were developing, starting from the manager and how does the communication occur, how decisions are made. So we have this we have a lot of bureaucracy at all levels when it comes to decisions making. So of course, the person who is directly responsible, like we may have rectors, we may have the supervisory board, but we have loads and loads of discussions usually for any decisions to be made. And I think this municipality involvement in decision making, this principle shows how transparent it is, how decisions are transparent, whether they are transparent. And then we have transparent interactions with donors, and then we have transparent interactions with parents, with the students as well, and our clients. So with all the stakeholders in our ecosystem. So when we start involving more and more stakeholders to decision-making process, we actually start then expanding this transparency, making it more viral, and accountability as well. So we do work, we have the leadership center in the university, and we use this leadership attitude model. We have like the list of the virtues, and accountability is one of the virtues in the list. And well, our research tells us that accountability in Ukraine, well, not just at the top level, but accountability when it comes to colleagues, to subordinates, it's a big problem in Ukraine. And I do think that in our university, we managed to actually develop this accountability and crave it into the stone, let's say. This accountability, yeah, it's really interesting. So I go back to the question, old institutions or new institutions? Because I truly recognize that with new institutions, it's really easier to create this accountability, actually, to envisage it, because you create the ethics, you create the very spirit, like Kyiv Mohyla Academy, like Catholic University that we have, even the state institutions built from the scratch within the last years. And we talk about anti-corruption agencies and bodies and cultural institutions, decentralization, about these SNAPs, the administrative service centers, but you cannot create all the institutions at nationwide level from the scratch. Prosecution, police, these are very comprehensive structures. It's really hard to destroy it and build it from the scratch. So can we reform it in some way to make old institutions, to push old institutions to this new model? Maybe this model is, of course, easier to use in new ones, but what to do with old ones? It will take more time. Yes, absolutely, we can do it, but actually, this is a very disputable question. So if we look at the time, so to build institution from the scratch, you need time, of course, for building, for construction, but I think this is truly possible. And what is the difficulty? You are not entitled to make any mistakes. You have no right. When institution starts building its reputation with new examples, with new models, as soon as it makes mistake, as soon as it has some errors, intentionally or non-intentionally, people start saying, "Oh, we knew that's going to happen," and again and again and again, they made us fools, and it's really hard with this pressure just to stay under this pressure. Let's look at Suspilne Broadcasting Company, TV and radio. We had so many discussions, like people told like it's easier to build something from the scratch, but it's not that easy. It's not that simple. And when Suspilne is undergoing this transformation process, it's a long-term process. It's really complicated. It's painful. It requires very unpopular decisions sometimes, and it's really hard to make these decisions. But, and we have this pressure, community pressure. When you just make a very, very small mistake somewhere or something unsatisfying for people, people start saying, we are at the same point where we were. So, and again, it's about the management. So managers as individuals, management as the layer in the institution, in any organization. And again, this example and how they present themselves, how they present their concepts and ideas, it's very important to build a trust to institution. Because basically, institutions in Ukraine, they don't have trust. Individuals, they have trust. Personal brands, let's say. And we just need to spread this trust to institutions. So Suspilne Broadcasting Company is a very interesting example. I just would like to ask you the following question about it, and you already mentioned it very well. Just briefly, my impressions. Suspilne Company and other difficult structured institutions which are really hard to transform, but those which definitely had this spirit of radical transformation from the very beginning. I think community starts asking for results too quickly. Maybe we have the same situation with anti-corruption bodies. People demand changes, but very quickly, please. At the beginning, we need to look how the decision-making models are reformed and transformed. Accountability, again, a wish of institutions to start being accountable and not to demand quick, fast results. It will not happen. Okay, this is absolutely correct. I will even tell you more. So we wrote this book of reforms, as we call it, where we have 12 cases about different reforms in Ukraine. And we actually, the reforms that took place in Ukrainian institution after the Revolution of Dignity happened in 2014. Not all of these are successful cases. Not all of these are success stories. Thank God some of these reforms are ongoing. Some are complete. But, again, if we go back to Suspilne Broadcasting Company, as Zora Balasanye, its manager, says, people say, well, in 3 months, we made a revolution in the country, and you cannot change a TV channel. So how can it be? Truly, as a community, as a society, we have very high expectations. And these extremely high expectations, why we have it? Because every time we don't have this pre-expectation evolution. But first, we need to have evolution first and then expectations, not vice versa. We have this pain, constant pain in the society. We just want this pain. We want this tension to go to institutions and push the changes, but not to create extra pressure. Yes, revolution, evolution, reforming. This is all very interesting because revolution is about opposition. It's a big no that you say to someone, but reform is about building. This is the logic. This is some positive dynamic, and it's quite often it's quite complicated. But I'd like to go to Ms. Olena Styashkina. We've already started talking about this philosophic issues. Okay, so Olena, question to you. I'd like to ask you. So don't you think that this problem of trust in Ukrainian community, in Ukrainian society, first of all, is it so dramatic as we describe it? How do you think? Because we always mention it as one of the most dramatic issues. Do we have this really? Is Ukraine one of the most low trust countries in the Europe? So maybe people already got used to that. At the level of, I'd say, generation, they have this fear of being destroyed. And this fear is constantly somewhere in their conscience. And that's why people don't accept reforms. Because people think, like, we have these reforms to be destroyed. I think that you are fully correct, absolutely. And I do think that we do not exaggerate the problem of lacking trust. Not just to be destroyed, but if we take our activities in the past, okay, we did not actually work with our past. We did not heal the injuries that we had in the past. We thought it would somehow be treated on its own. Unfortunately, we still have some of these painful spots, and these painful spots are still like clogging our cardiovascular system, I mean the country's system. And there is no sense to me mention that again, but we never talked about it in public. We cannot have trust in an environment where we had 300 years of colonial pressure, and also, along with it, 100 years, almost 100 years, a little bit less, like 70 years of totalitarian USSR regime. So under these conditions, the only strategy that actually made it possible for us to survive was not to trust. Absolutely stop trusting institutions, because the further you are from the state power, the easier it is for you to survive. And not to trust your environment, even the closest environments. Keep silence. When I'm eating, I'm keeping silence. Yes, what we told our children, not to talk even to their friends, because it was always dangerous to discuss something, to talk. And when they told us not to trust the closest environment, again, it is related to these years of destruction. Because not just the external powers destroyed Ukraine. We had this great famine launched by communists. We had it. This is the part of our history. And we can say that these unlearned lessons, these open injuries, these painful sports, this all gives people the concept of a bad state, failed state, that we can expect nothing of it. We have this imitational democracy. And people were taught during the USSR time that democracy basically is a negative concept, and we can say that in the 90s still democracy was perceived, even in 2000, was perceived as something negative. People don't know, for example, why do we have the city council, yes? What is the function of the city council or the village council, okay? And this story, this narrative of constant destruction, permanent destruction, it formulates, it creates, generates this idea like, I am nothing, I have nothing, I don't want to be bothered, please, I live my life without you. And this is like the nationwide narrative. And this experience must be studied very properly. For us to build trust in future, we need just to, let's say, go into these debris of mistrust. So it's very important what you mentioned of institutions. Yes, we know what Monica was mentioning in her presentation. This is very important opinion that apart from democratic legitimacy, we just need good governance along with it. Success of institutions, their accountability. And Ukrainians, it happened, and we had hundreds of years of it. Institutions were destroyed at the grassroots level. And it's really hard within 5, 7, 10 years to change it. And start trusting out of nothing. Start trusting institutions. So is this open nerve that we see, yes, where we have where developed Western democracies see institutions as a key, as a component of development. Ukrainians look at institutions like they're enemies. So if this is the correct diagnosis, okay, so how can we actually fight it? How can we change it? Ms. Elena, we just need to handle it. We just need to understand that this is not going to be a fast process. Absolutely. No quantum leaps. Even the change of generations will not give us the drive, will not give the impetus to these processes. But of course, it will not last for like hundreds of years. The first thing what we need to do is that it will not be fast. It will be slower than we expect. Then, the second thing, what I want to mention, do you remember when the war when the war started, we had this very interesting I saw this interesting picture, like love is the verb. The volunteers were using this motto, and the military and all people who were somehow involved in the military operations. So using this metaphor, using this motto, like love is the verb, I can say that trust is a verb, first of all. Let's say a very interesting study was conducted by the Böll Foundation on the security and insecurity perception in Donetsk and Luhansk regions. There was a question like, did you take part in political social activity? 63% of people said no, never. And 10% approximately, they referred to some utility services, 7 were volunteers, 9 were submitting petitions, also some percent took part in demonstrations. And when the researchers asked whether there was any result generated by your activity, almost each participation was marked as yes with results. So half of those people who took part in volunteering activity, so we actually had only 1% of, let's say, those who took part in volunteering activity and really felt that this was something useful. So first of all, we need to start moving forward. We need to start acting. Trust is our nationwide problem. But it's not surprising. When we speak that any action backed by the trust gives result. The best institution which actually gives result in cities, okay, the unions of condominium owners, respondents of the study actually told that these were like the best institutions. So this is the new type of institutions we have in Ukraine, but they actually replaced these utility service offices, and we now have this result. It's clearly demonstrated. It shows that this self-governance type of institution can actually start working, can push the vertical hierarchy, institutional hierarchy, and so on. So it starts from the bottom, and this is a very good example. Thank you so much, and it's really a very important opinion about acting, because what we face in Ukraine, people don't feel that they are subjects. They don't feel, not all people, okay, but many people, they don't feel that they're individually capable of doing something, that their communities and municipalities are capable, and the state is not capable as well. And Leda told about self-governance. I'd like to go directly right now to our next speaker, Andriy Kolomytsev. And actually, he is one of those, let's say, one of the many practitioners. He is a practitioner, and he is a person who's trying to reform the self-governance system in Ukraine. Andriy, taking into account your experience and the municipality experience, this practical experience, so the reform of self-governance system, decentralization reform, are these the components that will actually help us to break this ice of mistrust in Ukraine? Lack of trust to institutions. Do you feel that or not? Well, Volodymyr, so all the speakers had very important messages presented, mentioned concerning trust of people to institutions and state power bodies, and I'm ready to confirm that decentralization actually gave us one of the biggest stimuli within the recent years. It pushed us so hard to start improving the trust level. I speak the trust of people, speak about the trust of people to the local authorities, because the key aim of decentralization process was to improve the delivery of services regardless of whether people actually live, whether they reside, and we are still on the way to this efficient allocation of services within different territories, again, regardless of the location. we speak about the budget capacity. We came to budget decentralization. We started doing this in 2016. It was a huge impetus, and it gave a lot of opportunities for the self-governance, local self-governance, and then administrative services provision at local level, and also disposal of resources, land plots. So we brought it from central level to local level, and healthcare services improvement, and also medical reform, the primary sector and the secondary sector. The primary and secondary levels were reformed, and they are still, and the reform is still ongoing, of course. Improvement of the trust. We saw the local elections this autumn. The majority of mayors, the majority of heads of councils who directly were at these positions prior to October 25th, they stated their positions. So it all tells us that country is moving again to improvements. We are increasing the trust to institutions, but is this trust to local self-governance, to local authorities or state authorities, central authorities? Still, we need to know what exactly that is, what exactly the trust is. I'll ask this question. I just want to get your answer. How do you feel? Specific examples. Which examples, what can break the ice? Minimize this distance. We even have this clear verbalization. People say us, and state power is them. So we have this opposition, us, them. Okay, so it's already, deeply, it has been put so deeply, like genetically incorporated. So what do you think about it? Okay, I'll just repeat some of the statements presented by the previous speakers, and of course I'll share my own experience and my own considerations, my opinions, what I personally think actually influences the trust. I'll repeat again, and I'll tell that what is really important: transparency of power, accountability of state power bodies, people's involvement in discussions, and generation of proposals to certain decisions the state power makes. And of course, it's clear, we've talked about it, and we need to draw more attention to that. But what I'd like to say again, we need to pay more attention to other factors that actually approach people to state power, or vice versa. So just minimizing the distance. What we actually lack right now with local self-governance and some institutions of the top level, they do lack it right now. So again, knowledge level of managers at all levels. So we need to have more. We need to give more knowledge for the managers. So the management of different institutions, we need to have highly skilled professionals with relevant experience, with relevant knowledge, with relevant skills as managers. But unfortunately, we don't see any interest. Young experts, young professionals, they actually are not interested in this. There is no queue. We have so many vacancies at career websites, so nobody wants to go and work in state institutions. Children should be taught what the management is, what the state institution is. We need to tell youth about it. It's really very important, and it's a big window of opportunities. This is the future of the country, and of course the state has to give some positive examples and somehow to popularize the employment in local self-governance or the central state authorities, and then we'll see a different attitude, definitely, to the state power bodies and local authorities. But what is really very important? Well, personal experience. I just want maybe to quote, using my own words. Okay, you all remember this book about the art of war from China. So if you want to win, you must be confident that you will. So you must be confident that you do recognize all the resources that you have and the aims that you set, and you understand your capacity, because what is important? What is important? The result of your activities, and people will trust you if you act, if you just show the results of your work, that if something changes externally, but still people will see that you're making the right decisions. You are fully that you actually stick to the promises that you gave people when you were just a candidate for the position. It's quite usual for Ukraine, unfortunately, that we have this attitude to state power and lack of trust, what was mentioned so many times by the previous speakers. Unfortunately, yes, we do have this problem. It had been formed for many years, and during the elections, people demonstrate their trust, but next day after the elections, and again, we start talking that state power bodies are not working properly. So we just need to take this, okay, as it is. We do not need to be hysterical about it, because in Singapore, you know, they have this very good saying as you need to listen to the majority that keeps silence and stop listening to the minority that talks a lot. So I just use these principles, and this is actually something that helps me. I'm listening to those I really need to listen for everyone to see the result, the high quality result, my activity. So, Andrei, thank you. You mentioned education, and I do think that again we go to education, go back, and this will be my last question to Ms. Sofia about education. And then I'd like to ask Ms. Sofia about business, but look what the situation is. So Andrei says that there's a lack of staff. And I think this is somehow related to business topic as well, because businessmen I talk to, my friends, they tell me that in Ukraine, business says we don't have enough personnel. Personnel says we don't have enough vacancies, but basically it's about competence. So don't you think that each reform we have in Ukraine, judiciary, healthcare reform, within these reforms, what we don't stipulate is fundamental educational reform, fundamental educational change. And your integration in, accelerated your integration in educational sector will help us, actually, because we need to look for some internal, creative, tailored, these custom-made approaches to get rid of bureaucracy. When we start thinking about Ukrainian reforms, it's about this lack of strategic vision in educational sector. And this will give birth to trust, actually, because when a student goes to university and he or she faces corruption there at the very beginning, and students usually have this feeling that professors and teachers are not real professors and teachers, they just go there to get some extra money in their pockets. So the students will not generate this trust later. Okay, thank you for the question. It's a big, voluminous one, a comprehensive one, so I'll start with what? Okay, changes and reforms in educational sector. This is not a popular topic in the country. For many years it wasn't, and nobody wanted even to start digging in that, because taking a spade and digging, because very high expectations want to get it fast. But when we understand that something changes in educational sector, we'll see the result in higher education. It takes 4 years or 6 years. In secondary school, it takes 11 years to see the result. To be honest, for many people, it's really hard to work in educational establishments, because you truly need to work there for a long time to see the results of your contributions. Basically, because what is the contribution in education? The development of the student, the development of the child, the adolescent. So what is another problem is that in our country, education has this very important social function. Let's be frank, we don't need so many universities and institutes. We don't need, like, I don't want to start touching these very painful issues with the secondary education, but there was a lot of oppression, a lot of opposition when schools were merged and when small schools were closed down, because we can understand that from certain social perspective, people usually say that if in the village we have a school, the village is alive. When you close the school, it really becomes harder for people to stay at the village. The social function has been preserved for so long in the country, and the longer just you keep it, the longer the delays with the changes, the bigger the problem is. So, concerning corruption, I do think that this truly is an issue which may be solved at the level of each university. And you know, we truly have some boundaries, some framework that's already set nationwide. If we stick to this framework, if we stick to these principles without destroying it, without actually canceling the exams, the final exams, so the corruption issue must be solved at the level of educational establishment. These are just very quick responses to your remark, but I'm ready to clarify if it's really necessary. Yes, we talked a lot about education, just maybe we'll touch upon business, which is also important for you as well. And you've been there in this area, Lviv Business School, you are the founder of this institution. So what I'm interested in business, so is there any trust in the business community in Ukraine? Because, yeah, it's clear when we talk that we have lack of trust, it's this feeling of pressure, of feeling of load, and poor people will not have this credit of trust. Poor people don't feel that they are subjects. They don't feel independent and autonomous. In 1990s, Ukrainian business was only evolving as this wild, primitive capitalism, and we had so many people like coming into very dirty schemes. But right now, is the trust being infiltrated in business community? Owners of companies, do they start trusting more to their, let's say, to their peers or to the institutions? Do you see any kind of dynamics? Thank you for this question. Yes, truly, we have this business transformation as well in the country, in this sector as well. So we come from this wild, primitive, unregulated, chaotic capitalism in its worst version, unfortunately. When we come slowly within the recent years, so SMEs, first of all, I'd like to talk about SMEs mainly as a background, because, you know, big business, big corporations, they always have, there are always so many nuances there, but what actually is the foundation of the society, and what is the foundation of the middle class? SMEs. And I think that within the recent years, SMEs have strengthened, and they now have this global perspective. And this is very important because this global view, global perspective, it starts not maybe encouraging, but pushing business to actually start using best practices. If you want to export to external markets, you must fully comply with the standards of the countries which market you're trying to use. If you want to become a partner of a foreign company, you need to use the same rules and the same ethics. So I think this was mainly the reason why business has become this. The business is growing up. It becomes adult. And we started, good practices, best practices are infiltrating into it. And the general opinion of society shifted. In Lviv, we had this study 10 years ago, conducted 10 years ago, about the attitude, about the values of Lviv residents. And there was a question about attitude to business, to businessmen, to entrepreneurs. The attitude was basically just the same like to officials of state bodies, because people think that businessmen, oh, you're like stealing something, you're trying to smuggle something, you have relatives in tax service, and so on. Partially it was true. Partially it was like that. But I think that within the last 10 years, business adapted to very difficult situations that we had in the country in 2014 when the war started. We have experienced what Andriy mentioned, that people don't want to take positions in local authorities and state authorities. We have examples when business even invested in programs to train people to actually make, to turn them into officials, professional officials, to start to employ them in state structures, state institutions. Please don't forget about 2020, because when we started having problems with medical supplies, with hospitals, occupancy, many SMEs invested a lot in healthcare sector, and this is like not the function of this of business, because business pays taxes. We all do, we all are employed, we all are employees, we pay taxes. This is the state function, but quite often business takes this function because business does not exist in this isolated bubble elsewhere in the space and another galaxy. But business is a part of the municipality. And I think that the attitude is much better than 10 years ago to businessmen. And of course, now they are seen not just as thieves and smugglers, but people who actually turn their faces to social problems. It's all about role models, truly. And I do think that we need to show more of these positive role models in business, in the state service, in the public service, and then more and more people, young people definitely become and simply use role models. It's very interesting. We have this role model of business, role model of the 90s, when you have this excavator role model, when you just drag everything from the loophole out of the state budget, and maybe it happens in the same way, but this is corruption. This is what we call the excavating institutions. So parasites, more of the parasites. And today we have this feeling, truly, that many businesses, they do feel they don't want to take something from the communities, but to give. Not to take, but to give. This is a very huge shift. So Ukrainian business, in your opinion, it still does not trust state authorities, central authorities. COVID-19 pandemic, does it somehow fuel this lack of trust, this mistrust? And the other question, does business start noticing the local authorities? Does business actually trust more to local self-governance or not? I think that truly we have more trust to local self-governance bodies because this is more practical for business, I can say. Look, the COVID-related situation, I know that restaurant owners in Lviv, for example, they actually developed these protocols on their own, and they brought this to the local self-governance bodies, and these protocols were used actually by the state officials later. So this initiative, right now, it gets quicker to the state level than it was before. And you know, again, people know very well in cities, in towns, people know who is who, let's say. They know their neighbors. It's really easy to check the reputations, the images. It becomes more and more transparent, you know, at local level. And business exists. Its existence is based on partnership and trust. You need to enhance partnership and trust. So it's really recommended to actually support this partnership and trust. But it starts from the perception of the values. Today, if we ask many businessmen, who will be your partner? You will get the answer, the one who shares my values. Okay, so I think in general, trust among businessmen, this is a very important thing. It has certain, it's interpreted in practical context. We have alliances, we have clusters, we have unions. In Lviv, we have this IT cluster working perfectly. So companies, IT companies, which are competitors basically, but at the same time, they negotiate. They make a deal because this gives more use and more of a positive effect to the community. So I do think, by the way, 2 years ago in Lviv, we had the Trust Biennale, and businessmen initiated this. So an event where we spoke about the trust, yes, because business, if this is a healthy business, let's say, for business it's important to plan. Maybe this is one of the few institutions, a few subjects which are truly interested in this long-term planning, because we can see that state policy is not about planning. We will see how the local self-governance will plan with more resources later. But business is truly interested in it because its wealth depends on that. Monica, I'd like to go to you right now, and let's take this global level. Again, global perspective. You gave us a very interesting picture, the comparison of countries. And in my head, I'm keeping this in my mind, you know, that separation of trust issue. Even this break, where it's broken. not only with the west-east line, but north-south line as well, within these lines, along these lines. That's why we see this big difference, like, say, between Finland and Italy. Do you see something in dynamic context? So which activities of government or local self-governance bodies, what generates the trust? Can we study that? Can we show it clearly during the research with comparative research? What exactly generates, gives birth to the trust at the level of governance? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. May I first answer it just with a comment on your previous point on business and local government, just because it has to do with that. Indeed, we have done an analysis with Andres Rodriguez Posse, which we have heard right before, that shows that in the regions, in 11 European countries, good local governments limit the negative effect of low productivity due to difficulty to access to credit of SMEs. So in a sense, what you were saying is to say that good governance at the local level, good institutions at the local level can also overcome a business environment for SMEs that can be difficult. And to that, one of the drivers of trust that we look is also the whether people and so also business believe that the government provides the conditions to be treated fairly and consistently. And so also in terms of the sustainability of business. So I think that also this element that was already recalled, indeed, something that we observe. To go back to your question regarding whether, because of these large differences also between, North European countries and Southern Europe countries in terms of levels of trust, what are the elements that we can say that generate trust or distrust towards institution. I think you have said already many of those, including the fact that there is a national context, there is a history. If there is a history also of failures in terms of institutions, this of course brings a legacy on trust. However, as I show, our evidence really points to two things. One has to do with the competence of government. So competence meaning really the capacity to provide services everywhere to the need of the citizen according to the expectations that we have. These expectations are also growing. And the other thing has to do with the values. It's true, as you said before, that reforms, seeing the benefits of reforms take time. At the same time, what we see as a real determinant of trust is the perception of integrity, lack of corruption, and openness of government. So when we say, so these are the two elements that at least the evidence shows that are really important in that, and also that, with integrity and openness, of course, we mean also what was already said by the other speakers in terms of the accountability of institutions. And so, in a sense, what are the values according to which the governments behave and carry out policies and reforms.
Дякую, Моніка.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you. And what you talk about? You talk about trust to institutions and factors. So it's quite an interesting populism paradox. So I don't know if you see this clear connection between these societies where we have the low level of trust to government and the level of populism. So, like, is there any like connection or the level of how successful the populist parties are? Because the paradox is where exactly the less trust we have to government, we somehow start trusting to these loud populists who give very, very simplified recipes, but people still trust them. I don't know. And this lack of trust to government, they try to project it somehow. They have this like surplus of trust. This extra trust is given to populists.
Indeed. There is not only the question of monitoring and measuring trust in government, but also somehow to measure the distrust that people have towards government and the mistrust, because these are two quite different concepts. So distrust and mistrust is not just the absence of trust. And so how, these trustful people, in a sense, how also of course what's the role of the misinformation and also in creating and creating in a very fast pace these exchanges regard that increase distrust in institutions. So obviously distrust in public institutions, populism, but also polarization of opinions are all linked phenomena. Quite difficult to understand how to intervene in the different aspects of it, but definitely with important to monitor, important to provide evidence, but also to provide, in a sense, another form of communication. Even during this pandemic crisis, some countries have actively attempted to provide a scientific communication, a unitary communication from the government with a plain language, to be very clear, also as an attempt to fight against misinformation, fight against this kind of polarization and populism.
Дякую, Моніка.
Thank you, Monica, for your answer. And the same question now goes to Miss Elena. Okay, a similar question. So, this paradox. Okay, maybe we make a mistake saying that Ukraine is a society with low level of trust, but again, we have so many elements in our society where we have too much trust. Unexpectedly, we have a proficit of trust, surplus of trust, and not very properly analyzed without critical thinking. I can give examples where people vote quite often trusting too much and having this unbelievable faith in something truly unbelievable, not just the last year election, but this year election. So Andriy told about this victory of mayors. So how do we evaluate it, positively or negatively? Because I do have this impression that, well, when I see the quality of decisions, when I see certain decisions, activities performed by certain mayors, I will not give you the names. People vote for them as for something less dangerous, and let's say a danger, a pain you already experienced without any wish to get some new pain. So we still may have this problem that the lack of trust we have to institutions in the country. Still, we can see that there is a certain resource of trust in a person, and this resource is just wasted. Like, people are blindfoldingly throwing their trust away to different politicians, not the best ones, I guess. I think this is a very complicated issue, maybe even more difficult than we think. This ability to fall in love, into any chair, into any piece of furniture and put it as your president or a mayor, this is the reverse side of the trust. What is the logic? What is logic? I don't expect to have anything good from any kind of state institution. Therefore, if I have no alternative, I have no hope. Basically, it doesn't matter who will be there, stealing my money or stealing the budget. But if I try to have faith in this miracle, let this miracle happen. If it doesn't happen, actually, we won't have anything worse than this because everyone is the same. Okay, I think this is it's a phenomenon of vicious circle, truly vicious circle, where this lack of trust somehow generates the surplus of trust to anyone. And again, we have this lack of trust because we don't have proper leadership and we don't have proper managers anyway. We are discouraged, and people who had this faith in miracle, later they'll say, we always knew that's gonna fail, like everything is the same. So I do think we need to think of it. The nature of populism in Ukraine, despite that it is fully reconciled with the global trend, there are some truly national roots, domestic roots. Remember this formula presented by Lenin, that a maid can rule the state. But and this confidence, this concept that you need nothing to manage the country but just be a good guy or a good girl, So this, again, is another trauma of our past, and we need to fix this trauma. We need still to put some extra bandages on it, because Trump is not our phenomenon. Trump voters actually knew what they get. And voters, those voters we have in Ukraine, we only have people who have faith in some miracles, and they all have this faith that one person will come and fight everything. So it's not about the amount of trust, it's about the correct allocation of trust, or balance between critical thinking and trust. And it's really very, very interesting difference between faith and trust. I don't know in other languages, like, do we have these notions as very similar? So trust and faith is not the same thing. Trust is about analyzing, about critical thinking. It's pragmatic. It's a pragmatic concept. I told you that it's a verb, it's about information, it's about experience. Trust is an institutional value. Faith is okay, faith is a faith, it's irrational, it's something we really try to rely on. So another dangerous thing I see related to decentralization, we can say that this is the dark side of decentralization, because truly this process gives a lot of positive outcomes for the state, because we're searching for these dynamics, internal dynamics in municipalities. But there is a big risk. We saw this risk at local elections, trying to compare the region and the center, these two levels. And we understand that in our country, this opposition, this comparison, would we have this external aggression. We have territories illegally occupied and annexed, the Crimea, districts of our eastern regions. We have the hybrid war, which highlights these trends, and even enhancing the trends. Do you see any danger of it right now? Maybe when we're trying to accelerate this trend. Lack of trust to Kiev, meaning to the central authority, when people start thinking that Kiev is like the center of evil. So I just see the danger in the sense that this trend is used by our enemy, by the aggressor, by Russian Federation. And actually, it seems to me that Ukraine, as a state, as a society, we demonstrated much more resilience and much more unity. And we couldn't even imagine it ourselves. And we actually did not meet the expectations of Moscow as well with that. So there is quite a huge danger in it, but I'd like to underline one of the mistakes of the Russian Federation in this war. What was the mistake? Their mistake. They thought that Donetsk and Lugansk regions they really thought that these regions are definitely pro-Russian, that people will definitely stand for Russian occupants. But this is the same that we have in Estonia. Just imagine if one day we wake up and we see that all Estonian population is gone. Of course, we would study this phenomenon. Where did like millions of people, almost 2 million of people, where did they go? Like, if they vanished. But when we talk about Donetsk and Lugansk region, when we mention that 1.5 million people left these regions, we don't see this as a phenomenon. This is not a phenomenon. It simply means that Ukraine appeared to have more unity. We are more pro-Ukrainian than we thought, you know. And it was really important for me to mention this, and I'm really glad I did. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Elena. I agree so much with you that even when we have these trends, when we have these vicious trends, still they are not stronger than trends of consolidation, of unity. We can see it in the sociological surveys, but we have these attempts, external attempts to use it, you know, for which purposes. But I'd like to say that we are almost out of time. Dear audience, there is a proposal to ask questions, and I'd like to ask Mr. Andrei a question. We have a couple of questions, maybe definitely in the scope of his competence. So first question, what should local authority do to raise the trust?
First of all, something needs to be done that I've explained about before. It's about the maximum openness of the government institutions at a respective level. We need to be able to communicate with residents, to invite and involve them in decisions making, in discussion of whatever issues we have to discuss. We need to have them on board when designing of projects of importance for them, whether social or bigger infrastructural ones. And actually, we need to update our communication channels and capacities. In my community, we've updated also our website so people can put questions online, sign online petitions. They can get some information at their fingertips, and information necessary for them, say, related to the pandemics, to healthcare opportunities. So in a way, we try to make good use of internet possibilities. Definitely, it requires good coverage. And I think many communities actually work on that across the country. And we are being helped with cell phone operators, regional level governments, like in my region, the oblast level administration actively contributes to expanding of coverage, telecommunications coverage of Kirovohrad region. We also use radio broadcasting. We do periodic informations, we do videos, and we air them at local TV, at local radio stations, trying to tap into the issues of interest, of importance for local residents. We also have good cooperation with local media, printed media in particular. We do our best to print and circulate whatever bit of information we have. We also have our own information news bulletin that we circulate in our community. This is about the set of possibilities that every administrator, every head of community has, and these possibilities should be used to their max. in terms of what else can be offered and used, well, you should provide people with information through as many channels as you can, whether these will be like stands with information, whether it will be some info points, get closer to people and provide some feedback opportunities, whether through some advertising
Це
boards
дуже
or
цікаво, що
whatever.
ви сказали про комунікацію і задіяння.
Yeah, that's quite interesting what you've just said about communication and media involvement, because
Дивляться національне телебачення.
I think there are still many people in Ukraine watching national TV channels,
В національній політиці, ніж місцевій.
and there are people who
Ця
are
комунікація
much well-versed, better versed in national policy
Чи буде зростати рівень
than
довіри і
elsewhere.
кооперації
So my
між
question to Andrei,
у разі посилення
will
пандемії,
we
поглиблення економічної
see
кризи, військового
change in the level of trust in community if the pandemics continue, if war and conflicts continue, or otherwise, I would put, do you think that these conflict-related situations lead to an increase of trust in the government? I would not support this idea because at the beginning of this pandemic, the government clearly was not ready for it, and I'd say that local self-governments in the majority were among the first responders. They took the brunt of it among the first. And local governments were also commissioned to have businesses on board to help with hospitals, redesign and restocking to better respond to the pandemic. We saw how local budgets started delivering funds for some sanitary measures, anti-pandemic measures, and local self-governments were tasked with providing PPE to hospitals, to primary healthcare institutions. And I think that many local community leaders took this as an opportunity to better communicate with the residents, keeping them informed about the situation, COVID situation, measures taken, precautions to be taken. Also to expand the plans of the local government, of the central government to respond to the pandemic, measures taken or to be taken in their education, school schedule, etc. So whatever we say, we still see populism very much widespread in Ukraine. It has been, it is, and it will persist in Ukraine, unfortunately. So in this respect, no drastic changes in sight. In terms of the pandemic, I'd say that the local government authorities will do the best to increase the level of trust people have in them. But, well, we need to understand that whenever people see some slack from the government, whatever level government we mean, people will be quick to note it. And actually, those who will be closer to local residents, who will be better able to react to their needs and to make something in their best interest, will enjoy more trust. Thank you, Andriy. Now my question to Monica. What is the level of correlation between the support and trust to the government? Put otherwise, do you think that people may still hold trust in the government even if in disagreement with the actions that government offers? Still otherwise, how it is possible that I will still trust in my government if I'm not in agreement, if I do not agree with the government?
Well, I think that when we talk about trust in government, of course, there is a certain degree of vagueness, if you want, whether we are talking about the political leadership or we are talking the machinery of government and therefore also public institutions and the public administrations. But actually, when we do ask this question, this is not just one question, and so people distinguish between the different aspects. And so I think that, yes, you can still have trust in the capacity of the government in delivering services or in conducting policy making in a correct, consistent way. Although you may be skeptical regarding the guiding values or the political views of the government, and so you may not trust you may not trust the political leadership. I think that these are two distinct, of course, interrelated, but still distinct ways of looking at the question of trust in institutions.
Дуже дякую, пані Моніка.
Thank you so much, Monica. I think we are ready to wrap up our panel. We've been able to discuss lots of things. We were able to look into matters of international importance and level, having a bird's flight view of situation also in Ukraine, try to compare this country with other countries. We try to look into what is happening the most basic level, the one of local self-government in Ukraine. And we're able to tap into several important topics of education, business, institutional development, and I hope we were finally able to provide a sort of 3D model of Ukraine's prospects. And there's certain relation between the words in Ukrainian related to faith and trust. It's like la credenza in Italian. This probably has something. I'd like to thank everyone. We've had together with us Monica Brezzi, head of the Indicators Comparison Department from OECD. Thank you, Monica, for that. We also had a representative of the Ukrainian Business School from the Ukrainian Catholic University. Olena, thank you. Olena Stashkina, thank you. You represented National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and Andrei Kolomitsov, head of the Priutivska territorial community. Many thanks to you as well. Thank you, and we are ready to give the floor over to Yevhen. Thank you, Volodymyr, for your wonderful moderation. It was nice, very insightful. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Volodymyr. You are not bidding you farewell because we are going to have more of you today. And now we go for a brief recess of about 35 minutes until 1 p.m. Throughout this time, we will see some video materials, and just minutes before the next session, we will have an announcement on screen to notify you have to go back. Hope you had it, you were interested in it. Don't forget to like us on Facebook. Use the chat function to comment. Your questions, comments help our speakers to deliver. Thank you.
Друзі,
So, dear friends, good afternoon and greetings here from the studio of International Expert Discussion Lead with Europe. So, the title of our conference, Development of Municipalities, Trust Institutions, Finance and People. And we'll have this session during which we'll talk actually about development and people. So this will be a really, really interesting session because we have speakers not only from Ukraine, but Slovenia as well. And we have people with different backgrounds. We have teachers, we have restaurant owners, mayors, really diverse, really interesting. So if you only joined us a couple of seconds ago, you can actually watch our stream on Facebook and YouTube via the You Lead with Europe pages. And after we finish, you'll definitely get record of this conference both of the days. Loads and loads of interesting is there. How do we work? So we're about to have a session right now, and then a very interesting interview moderated by Mr. Molenko, and then just the final word. So just 2.5 hours. You need to stay with us because we'll have loads of exhilarating content. Miss Mariana Semenishin, she will be the moderator of our next session. So please, Mariana. Thank you so much, Yevhen. Thank you, dear friends. I'm really glad to see you all discussing the decentralization. It's very nice that you found some time to join us and actually to become involved in this expert exchange. My name is Mariana Semenishin. I will moderate the next workshop called People and Development. So, social capital is important for development. What is the role of culture, education, social entrepreneurship, in building the vision of municipality development? What is the power of mobilizing the municipality, formal and informal connections, ensuring unity? In this workshop, we collected the speakers who will demonstrate, show their stories, show their practices, tell you how they invested in the most valuable and quite often truly underestimated element, people. So, I'm really pleased to present our speakers, Miss Yulia Fediev, CEO of Creative Europe Desk Ukraine, Executive Director, Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, Yuri Feluk, CEO of Promprelad Renovation, founder of Teplemisto platform in Ivano-Frankivsk, Mr. Andriy Zakaluk, history teacher and director of Lvivsky Lyceum and Lviv City Council, Vladimir Prebilic, our guest from Slovenia, Mayor of Kochevia Municipality, Vice President of the Local Self-Government Association, lecturer. He's the professor at the Ljubljana University, and a little bit later, we'll be joined by Ms. Valeria Ioannan, Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation for European Integration. Okay, how shall we work within the next 85 minutes? Each of the speakers prepared a small presentation for you. We'll have up to 1 hour of time for them to tell their stories, and then 20-25 minutes for the question and answer session. So I do want you all to ask questions in Facebook under the stream page, and in YouTube you can actually use Ukrainian and English because we stream the international expert exchange in 2 languages. And please, we encourage you to be involved, to give us comments and to ask questions. Okay, let's start, I guess. Okay, Ms. Yulia Fediev, please, you'll be the first one. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my presentation will be right there on the screen. I do hope it will be there. I'll just start and tell you about the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, what that is. So, this is the state institution that was established according to the law on Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, law of 2017. Our mission is to support the culture and creative industries in Ukraine, supporting namely the creation of Ukrainian cultural content by artists and by people who actually reside within the Ukrainian territory, because art is really a broad concept. It's not about artists as we know them, but it relates to each of us in everyday life, actually somehow interact with art. So that's why we have Ukrainian Cultural Foundation to present new mechanisms of state support in the area of culture. And what is the peculiarity? Why are we so special? For the first time within the 30 years of Ukrainian independence, we finally have the state institution which is fully transparent. On competitive basis, it provides support to representatives of state and municipal enterprises and to NGOs, because who may be our requesters? So the enterprises and the institutions and agencies of cultural area, also SMEs, working in creative industries, NGOs, GOs, and also amalgamated communities can be the requesters of our foundation. So it all gives us an opportunity to create this ecosystem of culture and creativity where all the players, all the stakeholders may get certain funds from the state budget to implement their projects. And the global mission is to preserve the cultural heritage and development of Ukrainian culture in the context of current world trends, to preserve our culture for future generations, not just to popularize what we already have, but we need to create something, create new history of Ukrainian culture. And for that, for us, in the foundation in 2018, we elaborated a strategy, short-term strategy, 2019-2021, 4 strategic goals we have. First one is enhancement of institutional and financial capacity for organizations working in the cultural and creative area, and also the tourism development and contribution to creation of a cultural product. One of the key goals, strengthening the role of culture in development of society, because we understand how do we underestimate the role of culture in formulation of the state policy, when it comes to formulation of state policy, national policy and local policies. And also, we want to tell the local authorities and central state power bodies to tell that we need to invest in culture, because society, economy, and basically the state lives due to the culture as well. And of course, we want to make Ukrainian culture international, popularize the content abroad. So within 3 years of our existence, Ukrainian Cultural Fund supported 6,386 applications. In 2018, we had 716 of applications. In 2019, we had 2,059. In 2020, 3,611. So every year we can see that every year we had this demand only growing from the Ukrainian society to get our support. And we understand the trust to the state, trust to our foundation presenting the state is growing. So if we look at the number of applications and the supported applications, so grants provided by UCF, 2018, 293, a total amount of 4.6 million euros. 2019, we provided 432 grants, 16.6 million euros. 2020, as of course due to COVID-19 pandemic, we had this separate program of institutional support. We provided more than 1,300 grants, 30.26 million euros in total. So we can see that state funding in cultural areas is growing, it's increasing. And it shows that state attitude to civic society and to culture is improving. When we take the regional allocation among the requesters of the foundation, who are the most active? 5 regions we have in Ukraine. So we have Kyiv and Kyiv region, Lviv, Kharkiv regions, Rivne region, Zaporizhzhia, and even Poltava. So we can see that other regions are not that active, so we really encourage you to apply for UCF grants. And as I told you, type of the legal entity, mostly we have the NGOs as our requesters, and then we have state enterprises and institutions and municipal enterprises as well. Also, we have the majority of applications from the regional centers and not many from villages. So, of course, UCF is promoting new programs, launching new programs to support projects for amalgamated communities in Ukraine, for villages, for rural environment. Actually, not to present it in such a way that we only support the cities. When we talk about the programs in our capacity, so in general, UCF has approximately 13 programs The 14th program is the program of institutional support that was launched only in 2020 when the pandemic came to Ukraine. Unfortunately, well, right now we don't know whether we will continue this program next year, but the programs that we have today, and you have this opportunity by January, February to apply. So, analytics of culture to support the research in the area of cultural policy formation at local level, sectoral research and sectoral studies, so we can like study how culture determines and how it affects other areas of life at the level of your community or at the national level. And analytics of culture, why do we have it? To actually gather the knowledge, gather the evidence in order to increase investment in culture. That inclusive art program aimed to support cultural products which are inclusive for people with disabilities and also supporting artists with disabilities. With the support of the British Council, we launched it. Then we have trainings, exchanges, residences, openings. Then we speak about mobility, internal, external mobility, residences and openings, projects of the newly created institutions for young artists. So, cultural capitals of Ukraine. I want all the cities, all the towns, all the villages, please do apply for this program, because every year UCF determines 3 cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants and less than 100,000 inhabitants. So we have different categories, cities broken into different categories, and you'll get this title for a whole year. And I do hope that you'll get the proper funding, regardless of your volume. So next year, Mariupol is the big capital, and Slavutich is the small capital, cultural capital. And right now, you can actually apply for the status of Cultural Capital 2022 to get this whole year for support. And UCF with Mantas, we do promote it. So the biggest program, innovative cultural product, broken into sectors. We have exhibitions here of local museums, in regional museums, and also dance shows, theater projects, and cultural heritage, material, non-material, so urban space projects, and basically all the projects related to the urban development, and music project as well, fashion and design. So you can find anything you want. So many interesting projects may be found there. UCF may support audiovisual art. We also support local media and television. So we may have TV or radio product, also supporting the media platforms. Scholarships for independent artists. If all other programs they do support individual entrepreneurs and legal entities, this one is for independent artists who are individuals. Well, remarkable events. What is this about? So events held nationwide at regional level, so some important events in Ukraine or abroad. And we will next year we'll have projects dedicated to 30th anniversary of Ukrainian independence, and also different projects dedicated to prominent Ukrainians, and also Culture Plus. So we have Culture Plus Street Culture and also supporting the youth projects. Also Culture Plus Veterans, together with the Ministry of Veterans, we launch it, and Culture Plus Education, together with the NGO Osvitoria. And also Culture for Changes program. If you have some partner cities in Germany or Britain, you may actually apply for Ukrainian, British, Ukrainian, German projects. We implemented together with German and British governments, Children of Culture. What is that? We want to support children as target audience, and also culture tourism regions. For small communities, it's really great, because we support these tourist tours, local museums, local festivals, and you can all see the deadlines on your screen. So mostly, for many of them, we have January 14th as the deadline, February 1 for tourism regions, and 1st March for the cultural capitals. Scholarships, this is the biannual program. So, apart from these grant programs that I presented, we have so many other institutional programs which are free of charge, fully open for participation, many educational opportunities provided by UCF. We also have on our website and on YouTube channel, we have this video tutorial on grant management, where you can actually get some interesting information. There are lectures. You can prepare for applying to UCF grant, and also video tutorial for cultural management, where our requesters who already received grants and money within these grants, they tell you how to operate the project, how to use the state budget. This is the analytical resource UA-Culture.org. So you can actually subscribe a lot of analytics for the cultural sector. You may find partners in Ukraine and abroad. A huge database of partners in different sectors is there. And also, there is a schedule of events supported by UCF. You can know more of our projects we supported, and also on the website of UCF we have the archive of projects. Everything is there, so you can familiarize easily with the projects we had in your regions and get inspired. And also the Creative Accelerator program. This is the program for alumni of the UCF who received grants, and we never forget about these organizations. We try to support our alumni. We try to monetize the projects by cooperating with business nationally and locally. So please involve to Creative Accelerator program. And just to finish, 2 cases for you to understand what types of projects does UCF support. I already mentioned that more than 1,000 of cases are there in the archive. So this project, Inclusive Museum in Ostrog Castle, aims to demonstrate the diversity of Ukrainian art and helps to understand development of culture for people with disabilities in Ostrog Castle. And also cultural route called Shpachiv's Path, actually to create this new cultural route on the old trade route. Please get inspired, apply. You can see the contact data on the last slide. Please send us your letter, subscribe. We also have different webinars, trainings free of charge, and everything is saved there, stored at YouTube channel. So please, we are looking forward to get your projects. We are looking forward to get your applications. UCF, we have faith in you. We are always open to cooperate. Thank you. Thank you, Yulia. I really liked your statement. Let me quote. You told that the demand is increasing and the trust state is increasing because UCF gets this trust. We as representatives of the trust gets this, the trust. So it somehow resonates with that discussion that we had 40 minutes ago when we talked about trust to institutions. And just to conclude, with the previous discussion, so the trust is unevenly distributed in Ukrainian society. Somewhere too much, somewhere not enough. And it's really nice to know that the trust to state institutions is growing, especially to newly created ones. And some important information for the communities. You told us that UCF will continue opening new opportunities, giving new opportunities for small communities, small towns, small villages. It's very important. It's very important, especially in the context. It's important in the context that 1,469 communities, they already have their own resources. They have their own environment and conditions. I think UCF will become one of these resources they actually can use. Thank you, Yulia, so much. Yuri, now we are coming to you. So, please, we'd like you to involve in this presentation. Tell us about a little bit different thing, how you invest in people, a little bit different perspective as the businessman, creating synergy between different institutions and circles, please. Okay, Yuri, we'd like to get your mic on because it's a little bit hard. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I do hope that you will bring my presentation to the screen, but I'd like to start with what exactly? With a small introduction. In 2013, some of the entrepreneurs, I was one of them, we had this huge demand for certain changes in Ivano-Frankivsk city. We lived in the city, all of us, and at some moment we realized that for us to develop our businesses, we just need to change the overall situation in our city market. So we started studying different theories of evolution, urban development, and design, and we concluded that sustainable development goes from bottom level, it goes upward. So we again didn't want to fight for this political leadership, but we wanted to activate and develop the community in transversal context. So then we understood that the best dynamics we have when we build this healthy dialogue and interaction in this triangle: business, civic society, and I provocatively left it state authorities, but let's say administration, local administration, well, power in its broad sense. Okay, and the third basic principle is the principle of consolidation. If we take a closer look at any developed society, we will see this high level of trust, and respectively, this trust allows to join efforts around certain common tasks. This actually was our conclusion, that we need to nurture trust and increase consolidation. On the basis on these three principles, we've formulated this civic platform called the Warm City. What it is, this is the platform for different initiatives and synergy between these initiatives, and the most important task that we had, in simple words, just to help people to actually step aside from this paternalistic position, just for them not to expect that someone would help, and actually to consolidate and start thinking about involvement and effort joining, and actually by uniting the efforts, reaching the results. So you can see these values, they are here. And the next slide, basically this is the team of the Warm City platform, and half of the people are people who are not from Ivano-Frankivsk, people who returned or came from other cities to take these positions. And our second team is the supervisory board. This is the supervisory board. We established it after 1 year of our existence. So Ukrainians need to learn how to have this fair play while doing business. I'm a founder and actually a CEO of the organization, and basically I'm subordinated to the supervisory board. And what is very important, we have more than 50 businesses. These are our partners. We managed to join these efforts. So local companies which institutionally support us and financially support us on a monthly basis. And this is again about joining around values, joining business around values. It creates certain dynamics in the city, and thanks to these teams, we started implementing different projects, absolutely diverse, in education, culture, economy, urban development, sport, environment, energy efficiency, mobility, sustainability, media, social entrepreneurship, and so on. And within 6.5 years, we've implemented more than 400 of these projects successfully. And there was direct impact on infrastructure and culture, on society. And for us, what was the most important? We had this side effect that we noticed during the implementation. So we taught people to how to interact in sectors, intersectoral connections. That's what we were generating. Then we went to more ambitious projects, intersectoral projects, and two cases I'd like to actually tell about it. Urban Space 100. What is that? The idea was to create this public restaurant. 100 people invested some amounts of money. That was a single investment, so not regular one, and 80% of the profit now goes to the city development initiatives. Very different people, from students to, I don't know, entrepreneurs and activists, and even we have MPs among these people. They all have equal right to vote, and this is about democracy. So they all decide where to invest and what expenses will be there. So 3 tasks we had within this project. Basically, that's how the space looks like. Okay. On the next slide, you can see the key monetizing points. So self-sustainable enterprise, which basically solves some social issues and problems. Okay, let's go further. These are the results of the project. So supporting the civic society, we can see that more than 1,000 events are funded. So we had 500,000 people, even more than 500,000 people, have 500,000 guests in this space and 118 of supported projects. So very progressive agenda we do have right now so in the city. So this project was really characterized with very high demand from 15 countries, from different Ukrainian cities. We received requests, and the first official franchise went to Kiev. And in Kiev, we have this urban space 500 opened, by the way. And the second project to share for us one of the most ambitious initiatives that we had, the project which is being actively implemented, Promprilad, the renovation in the center of Ivano-Frankivsk on the basis of this old abandoned factory. Right now, we are creating an innovative ecosystem to develop 3 trigger areas: new economy, entrepreneurship, informal education, modern art, and urban development. We do believe that these areas, these sectors are the most important for any city to develop and flourish. So, the next one, please. This is the factory itself. No, this is what we're building, not the factory. So 36.2 thousand of square meters in the center of Ivano-Frankivsk, 1.8 hectares. Yeah. Diverse infrastructure we have there, and different incubators, accelerators are being constructed, business school, school of new professions, food market as well, gallery, art gallery, so exhibition platform, offices for innovative companies, scientific hubs. This is an ecosystem that will support the city. It will definitely accelerate the shift from the Soviet dynamics, and actually it will help the city to get a new face, let's say. And right now we would like actually somehow we're struggling with this problem of brain drain, but I think that definitely we'll manage to slow it down. So this is the future. This is the future of our project, and actually part of it is functioning already. We have representatives of different sectors here, a lot of business representatives, NGOs, and you can see that we have the office of the Department of Investment Policy of the City Council, and this is the first case in Ukraine when we have absolutely different representatives from different sectors working in the same space. So these are the transitional results, but these are also very important. You can see that project is funded by different co-investors, more than 600 of them. 6 million of commercial investment and almost $800,000 of grant investment. 17% of project is already implemented. And we are just moving forward to complete the implementation. And what is also important, that during the implementation, we built the community. We're building the community composed of investors and other stakeholders. So this is already a powerful impetus for the region and for the state that helps to reload the city agenda and somehow to present a new agenda, progressive. We have many institutional partners. They all are here. They are present in this officially developed strategy for Ivano-Frankivsk development. State authorities, we do have them, and of course international partners and local partners in particular. And what we want to say that from the very beginning, we were motivated to use this model with high potential for replication, not only in Ukraine, but we tried to build an inclusive economy with inclusive and responsible society to be created where each can use one's capacity at its full. So I really hope that this may be useful for other cities. We are open to share our successful experience. So far that's it. I will really be glad to give answers to your questions. Yuri, thank you. And again, Another statement that I liked the most. So you're told that sustainable development always goes from the bottom level and moves upwards. So this is something that the decentralization reform proved. And for a couple of years already, we see it, that of course all the changes happening because of ordinary people, average people who simply decided to change something. We can see that we have these changes elsewhere. And the story that you told us just underlines that the changes that we have, every time it must be human-centric, human-oriented. And it must rotate around these values. You mentioned this warmth as one of the values. So please, what motivated you as an entrepreneur to invest in people? Because you mentioned different projects, educational, and the empathy and emotion. So, okay, not many entrepreneurs decide actually to launch projects in such an abstract area, emotional area. What was the impetus? Okay, so if we talk about my personal motivation, after 2008, I came to Ivano-Frankivsk. I did not actually think that I would go to my native city, but I started meeting people, started talking to businessmen. After I've lived for a couple of years in a big city, I returned there to a smaller city, and I felt that I did not have enough people to talk to. I felt myself like a big fish in a small pond. I simply wanted to actually give more to this market. I wanted to develop the market. So I thought I have the alternative, like to leave the country, go to a bigger city, or take the responsibility and just to look for some alternative options on how to change the situation here at the local level. And I think at some moment I had this paradigm shift, you know, in my head, when in post-Soviet, what is the post-Soviet understanding? Your zone of responsibility, your scope of responsibility actually is limited by your house or apartment. But this is utopia. Everything that is around me is also my responsibility. It's also there under my responsibility. That's when I started looking at everything with different eyes. Right now, it's not just interesting to go into business because of money. I want to help other people to use their capacity and their potential. And I will definitely feel better when other people do feel better. And I really want to live in a better city, in a better society. So a pragmatic, romantic motivation there was, but it makes me happy. That's enough, actually, to continue. Oh, making people happy, good. Making yourself happy. I think. Oh, I started smiling when I hear you telling about it, and I really feel how much energy you put into that. A lot of love. I think this is one of the strongest stimuli when you speak about social cohesion and social capital. You mentioned so much time about community. You mentioned the word community. So let me remind that within the last years, we've been building communities in a couple of... So in English, community means like a group of people, and basically... and the municipality, for example, that we use to talk about the structure, the governing structure at the local level. Yes, we are building, we are constructing our communities, our municipalities, we are structuring ourselves, restructuring ourselves. We are expanding the boundaries and horizons, actually, to make our lives more comfortable. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you. And we continue our trip. So Yuri is in Ivano-Frankivsk, and right now Andrei Zakalyuk, I think, who is in Lviv. This is the positive thing about online conferences. You can actually stay elsewhere and move westward, further and further. Please tell your story.
Доброго дня всім. Найперше дуже дякую за запрошення, що справді маємо можливість.
Hi everyone, thanks for the invitation. Thanks for having me here. It's very nice to be able to share my experience about working with people. Here's my short story I'd like to tell you. It started on 16th of January 2014.
Коли мене було призначено директором школи-інтернату номер 2 у місті Львові, це школа, яка
nominated director of the boarding school in Lviv, just half a kilometer from the city hall,
9 тисяч квадратних метрів. Мені
with
на той
more
час, до
than
речі, було лише
9,000 square meters of
27
floor
років.
space. I was 27 then.
В школі було 126 дітей, з них
We had 126 kids there,
діти-сироти і діти позбавлені батьківського піклування.
mostly destituted of home care, orphans.
Загальноосвітня школа-інтернат на той час була.
Actually, it provided general secondary education.
В поганому стані.
The school was really dilapidated in every respect.
Це близько 100 працівників.
They had about 100 personnel, like teacher, nursery staff,
Технічний персонал.
lots of technical assistance.
Звичайно, поганий імідж, оскільки в школі
The image was real bad.
посадові, і, відповідно, це дуже відображалося
Lots
на
of
самому
abuse,
школі.
office abuse cases were
Дітей, ну,
reported.
це не щось нове, так, тому що про дітей з
Kids were
інтернату
also deemed
нічого
dangerous,
такого, щоб
which was
особливо
not a
що говорити.
surprise. It's a common story with lots of boarding schools.
І це, напевно, що одна з ключових проблем, з якою я
They
стикнувся,
were
це той
considered bad
стереотип,
apples.
так, що діти з інтернату.
You know, your
Ми
favorite
не мали
stereotype perception. We had no sponsors inside,
маленьких речей, так.
but for some smaller
Дітьми надзвичайно складно
interventions,
було, тому що діти були
it was
розчаровані.
quite a challenge to work with the kids because they were really disenchanted with their stay there.
У всьому, у всій Львівській
So
області.
actually, the school was deemed probably one of the worst performing ones in the region.
Стереотип інтернатські діти, і це
And we had
діти
that
про це знали.
stereotype, boarding school
Діти про
kids,
це знали, і це було
everything
дуже непросто,
bad
насправді, тому що вони
that you
знали,
can
що
imagine.
думають. І в силу того, що в школі
And kids were
перед
aware
мною
of
за
that.
останні 3
So
роки помінялося 5 директорів, і це
before
постійна
my
зміна, це
coming to
постійний
office,
стрес.
they had
От, відповідно, з тим було
three
напевно,
directors
складно.
change
От.
offices in
Власне,
5 years.
І з чого ми почали?
did not
Тобто основні
contribute.
кроки, з яких ми
So what did we start
починали
with?
свою
Some
роботу з
key
дітьми,
first
так,
steps
і
we
в цій
did,
школі.
particularly
Перше,
working with
звичайно,
kids.
це час з дітьми.
First of all, it
Тобто
was
це
about
то, що ми
the
поставили
time
собі
spent
основним
with
акцентом, тобто
kids.
постійно проводити з ними
That
час,
was one of our
спілкуватися, чути їх,
priorities.
тому що
We
кожен з
tried to
них
communicate
з
with them, to
непростою
keep in touch with
історією, з
them. We
непростою
knew that
долею,
each one of them
далеко з
had some
непростим досвідом
really
життєвим.
challenging life
І
history
цей досвід,
behind.
насправді в багатьох випадках
And in
може
many
вирішувати
instances, we
їхню
saw that
подальшу долю
that
їхнє
previous
життя. І
experience
з цим
was
потрібно
quite
було
a
працювати з
decisive
ними як з
impact on their
живими,
future life.
реальними людьми, які
Still, we
насправді
had to
через
work
кілька
with
років
them
вийшли
as
до цього.
real people able to join the society as adults in a matter of years. We
Предметніше
had
говорити,
lots of
тобто всі
activities. We had like
Пасхи,
outdoor
все
camps
Різдво ми
with
проводили
them.
разом з
We
ними.
would spend
Наступне, що
Christmas time and Easter times with them.
тому що вони
We
були
also wanted to give more freedom to teachers because before that, teachers
це далеко не
had been
просто
quite
було
really constrained in
їм
their
в першу
abilities.
чергу. І ми
to
повністю
teach somebody something.
навчальний процес, таке
We
вільне русло
really
для того, щоб вчителі
gave them free reign.
себе свобідними і могли
We wanted our teachers to feel free in their ability, to unleash actually their ability to teach kids,
вчені, хороші люди.
to share their
Наступне, ми навчали
experience.
людей. Тобто ми шукали різні
We
можливості
also
в
provided
різних
trainings.
програмах, тренінгах, курсах
We
для того,
looked
щоб
for every
справді
opportunity we
відкрити
could
можливість
tap in via
отримати
trainings,
знання, які
seminars,
можливо отримати
qualifications, upgrade
процесі
programs,
свого
everything
чи
which
чи
could be
звичних
taken to improve the
формальних
quality
речах,
of the
які
process.
в нашій освіті
process.
пропонують, так? Наступне – це відкритість. Це було одне з
The
ключових.
next priority was openness.
Тобто ми просто відкрили двері інтернату і дозволили приходити і відвідувати дітям
In a way,
практично
we
всіх,
just
хто
made
бажав.
the open door policy for everyone willing to visit the school. We created pages in social networks. We made a
Не
website up,
лише погані речі, які ми бачимо в
trying
новинах,
to dispel the bad image that such boarding schools have been
Ми
enjoying.
оновили
And
колектив на
in a matter of
70% він був оновлений.
5 years,
Хочу сказати, що це
we
не
were
було
able
шляхом
to
якогось
really
примусового
replace quite a
звільнення
lot of
насправді.
our
Це
personnel, about
просто
70% of
люди
them. It was
дуже
not like
часто не
giving
бачили
them a
себе
boot,
в майбутній
but
школі.
really we tried to see whether people were capable of doing something. There were people who really were not up to the task to teach orphans, for example. There were people approaching or already past the retirement age. We also replaced nearly 100% of the administrative staff, and it was really necessary. Then we started looking for sponsors, and we found dozens of them. To be more specific, about dozens of organizations, and that increased our sponsored money contributions several timefold. Again, to be exact, about 30 times more. By 2018, we were able to collect about 1 million hryvnias a year from our sponsors. We opened up towards international cooperation. We had our kids go to camps to Italy, to Poland, Germany, Switzerland. They would go to summer camps, to schools on exchange, etc.
Так само дуже важливим було це створення системи гуртків
We also set up
для того, щоб діти могли не лише отримувати якісь знання у школі, а для того, щоб вони могли розвиватися поза навчальним процесом. І ми привели у школу величезну кількість освітніх, спортивних, творчих гуртків, які допомагали. Також дуже важливим, звичайно, було, нам потрібно було зламати якимось чином оце коло, де всі випускники інтернату йдуть в училище. І ми почали готувати дітей до ЗНО, ми почали шукати
graduates have to go to look for some vocational training to become low-skilled worker. At some point, we had 70% of our graduates enter universities, to the medical university, to the Ivan Franko University. We had a couple of guys going on training education to Poland as well. Here are some glimpses how it looked and how it looks now. This is the laundry room. It was retrofitted with money from the German embassy. We also rebuilt completely our canteen through a joint project.
Також ви бачите, що ми створили в школі сучасну майстерню живопису і іконопису повністю з нуля. Мальтійська служба допомогла нам створити конференц-зал, бібліотеку сучасну, яку ми назвали «Центр Букс». І також в нашій школі є дуже класна майстерня сверлик. Це сучасна майстерня по обробітку дерева. І ще дуже, звичайно, багато чого такого, чого, в принципі, взагалі не було в школі.
Many other things that these schools has never had.
Далі, будь ласка. Ми не зупинилися на цьому, бо ми чудово розуміли, що школа-інтернат, яка вона
We did understand that boarding school, however good it is or looks like with all the inputs, is still about kids, and kids sometimes do still have live parents. If so, maybe it's not for those kids to spend all of their time at school. We saw the start of the institutionalization reform in the area of boarding schools, and we opted for the reform of our boarding school. In 2018, we were able to launch it. Already by 2017, by the end of the year, we were one of the best boarding schools in Ukraine. We had bunches of media people come out to us to show the success story of our school. Yet still, despite those previous achievements, we wanted to reform it deeper. And we tried to involve everyone engaged in this activity or related to it, from local government, self-government, to CSOs. The Lviv Education Foundation was extremely helpful. Sometimes to have our kids return to the family, we even tried to buy them clothes and everything necessary for that.
Номер 2 припинила своє
So,
існування. І ми створили ліцей просвіта, до речі, назву
at some
придумали.
point, this boarding school number 2 in Lviv ceased to exist, being replaced officially by what we call lyceum. Lyceum, which is a complete secondary school, open also for kids from town, not just limited to the orphans we had. We just had a separate premise dedicated to care and support of kids from problem families that have had some circumstances at home. This included also kids that were not able to return to their original families. The key principle of the reform was everyone is important. It was even more important with the view that there are still people who are scared of any reform or any effort to do something differently. We again tried to dispel this myth. We did not sack anyone. We found people new career opportunities on different positions. Before, we had one teacher for 30 kids. With the reform, we had up to 2 kids per one carer. It was done with assistance from the local and oblast level government, so we just split the whole system into 2 parts of a school, accessible to everyone, and a children's care center. Now, on importance, what was important? First of all, the approach of small steps in order to really change lives of some very real kids with their lives, with their experience, individual experience. We had to look into that to avoid any trauma, not to affect them more than they have already been. Another point of importance is the importance of investments in education, because it is about actually investing in families. With proper investments in families, in kids' opportunities to gain education, we improve the situation. And at some point, these kids will be able to return the favor to the society, to the family. They might contribute to changing situations inside their families. It is also important to break down stereotypes. Again, people still live by these beliefs, but boarding school kid is something bad to be avoided, and we wanted to fight it. We were able to instrumentally get rid of this stereotype, and we have our kids and universities. They're no longer ashamed of saying that they've been raised up in a boarding school of ours. And again, with my 10 years experience, I can tell you that education is about people. When you change education, upgrade education, you bring changes in people and for people. And even small steps may bring great results. These may not be noticeable at the beginning, but they will be much more palpable at some point in time, affecting destinies, affecting lives, changing the life of the many for the better in this country. Thank you.
Реальні зміни творять реальні люди.
Real changes to be implemented by real people. What best can be said about your presentation?
Особисте питання.
I have quite a personal question to you, similar to the one I
А
asked
що
to
мотивувало
Yuri.
вас, будучи
What was your
27-річним,
motive?
стати викладачем, а
The
потім
member said
директором
27
школи?
years,
Тобто, здається,
and then
не,
going for a boarding school.
скажімо, не перший вибір професії,
To
який
teach
дуже
that, to
популярний.
have it, not
Але
quite a
ви
popular
прийняли цей виклик і
solution.
почали змінювати, робити зміни в
What made you
конкретному навчальному закладі. Якою була ваша
wish changes at that specific school?
Звичайно, в
You know,
2010
first of all, back in
році, 2009, коли я
2010,
прийшов
I'd
працювати
say
в
in
школу,
2009,
працював звичним вчителем.
I started
Звичайно,
being a
це
teacher in
проста
just
любов
an
до дітей.
ordinary
Все.
secondary
Це
school.
в одному
Yeah, I
положенні
had some
були
initial
ставки моєї
love
праці. Це було головним.
and liking for kids. I did like it, working with
Скажу,
kids and for
що
them.
навіть в школі-інтернаті це
And I can tell that
така
even
дуже
in the boarding
цікава річ
school,
в моєму житті трапилась. Ми з дружиною
actually,
всиновили дівчинку.
interestingly, we were able to father a child, to adopt a child from that boarding school with my
Їй
wife.
сьогодні, до речі, 20 років, вона вже третій курс факультету журналістики Івана
She's
Франка.
20,
Тому таким малим,
she's
простим
a
прикладом
third-year
я вважаю,
student
що
at
якщо
the
ми
Iván
будемо
Franko
працювати, то
University,
ми
and we've
зможемо багато чого змінити.
quite a nice example.
Це
I
дуже
think
вам
this is
дякую.
proof that someone can
Переходимо
change something.
рухаємося далі на захід в
Thank
нашій,
you.
в нашій
And we go on
І
westward
хочу
with
запросити до
our
слова пана
story.
Владимира Пребіліча.
I'd like to give the floor now to
до громади
Vladimir
Кочев'я.
Prebilic.
Пане Владимир, приєднуйтесь до нас.
Join us, please.
Hi, do you hear me well?
Very well. Дуже добре.
Thank you. So I'm really not so close that somebody will say. For approximately 3,000 kilometers lies between Kochevia and, of course, Kiev. But that doesn't mean that we are not connected in any way. I was asked to say a few words about municipality that I lead for 10 years. So this is my third term on the post of the mayor in our municipality. And I'm proud to be a member of this panel because we heard so many successful stories. And I hope that this small event that happened also in Kochevia would contribute largely to that fact. So to start with the fact, our municipality, it's really on the south part of Slovenia, as you can see. So it's really borderline municipality. I would say it's periphery of Slovenia in all its means. So people here are most probably, or they wanted to move themselves to Ljubljana or other cities. So we lost, in particular, in lastly 20 years, we lost approximately 4,000 people that moved away. So it's depopulizing area, and of course it's underdeveloped area as well. So when I presented, or when I prepared this presentation, I started with that size doesn't matter. It's not only the size, it talks about the location and all the shortcomings that normally are always part of the periphery. The added value per employee is lower than the average in Slovenia. We don't have any university. The closest university lies 70 kilometers away. This is University of Ljubljana, where I also teach. But as I said before, it's quite largely municipality, 555 square kilometers, and only 16,000 of inhabitants. Of course, you have to know that when we talk about Slovenia and Ukraine, there is a huge difference in the numbers. So the population of Slovenia is only 2 million. What is, if I am correctly informed, 1/3 of the population of Kiev. So 16,000 inhabitants is not really a small number. I would say it's one of the average size municipality in our country. But nevertheless, we were and we still are underdeveloped on one point. And the second important issue is, before I came into the office, the unemployment rate in our municipality was 27%. So we were number one when we talk about unemployment rate in the whole country. And today we are at the level of 11%. So we really downsized. How and why was this possible is a very long story. Maybe I don't have time to do that. If there is someone who will just switch to the first slide, I would like to mention one additional fact, and this is when we began to move or to, let's say, promote development in our municipality, we also prepared different kinds of programs. One of them was so successful that we were able to attract world's largest company producing industrial robots for other companies as well. So this was the starting point that we switched our development for, let's say, average society into so-called 4.0 society. So when we got this investment of approximately 30 million euros in our town, the next question was, how can we supply this kind of a company with educated workforce or the labor force? So my business incubator came up with the idea that we should introduce a so-called basics of robotics in the primary school education. When I first addressed Minister of Education, he started laughing at me, saying, you know, robots are a really important issue. How can you imagine yourself bringing this kind of curriculum to the 6 years of age children, you know. But we said, well, this is up to us. We will do everything by ourselves because there was no kind of support by federal government in Ljubljana. So we developed a special curricula that starts with the basic training already in the primary class in our primary school. This is children starting with 6 years of age, and then we move until the 9th year of age. So there are three levels: first, second, and third class. We already have these robots being taught in our primary schools. Of course, as you can see on the picture, these are really, I would say, primitive ways of programming. But this is also the case when the children or pupils are firstly acquainted with the algorithms, first they are acquainted with basics of mathematics and technology. For the second level, this goes on the next slide, this goes from the class of 4 until 7. We installed the program known as Lego. We do Lego, you know, Lego blocks, you know, from Denmark. They also provided us with all the equipment, but what we did is we created a special curriculum also for this level of education. Of course, as you can see on these pictures, that there are already, I would say, basics of computing, basics of programming, also basics of robotics. And I have to say that children are really, really happy when they have this kind of opportunity, again, designed and developed by us. It's not part of the curriculum, official curriculum in our country. So when we started this 6 years ago, many people were really, well, reluctant. And I would say that even the directors of our schools were not really happy when I confronted them with the plea that this kind of curriculum should be put in the school. Of course, the first step to do that kind of development of curriculum was to teach the teachers. And we did that with the first group 6 years ago. Then when they were acquainted with how they should teach in their classrooms, and we supported them by our staff from the business incubator, this became really a success story. As you can see on the next slide, you will see that over 260 teachers were by now taught in our curriculum for teachers. After the first year in our municipality, also other municipalities heard what we are doing here in Kočevje, and they would like to be part of that. So we invited them to our town and to get basic training on how they could also teach this kind of curriculum in their schools. And as you can see, by today, over 120 primary schools across Slovenia is using our curriculum for basics of robotics in the primary schools. I also am quite, let's say, satisfied that over 800 participants, it's in nowadays included into 15 webinars to be educated for the next school year. So this is the school year 21-22 that will start next year. So the next slide is explaining us that if you wanted to do that, this will be also what's a basic cooperation between different levels. When we talk about Lego, this is more, let's say, not so popular as the first level is, but nevertheless, I'm really certain that in the years in front of us, this will also be a success story. As you can see on the bullet point at the bottom, the most prominent institute of Joseph Stefan, this is like comparing to Institute Lomonosov in Russia or something like that, so it's really prominent. They are beginning working with us to develop new curriculum as well, because it became a basic knowledge in the meantime if you wanted to move the whole society from, let's say, society 2.0 that we are mostly into society 4.0 that we want to be in the future. The next slide will explain that we were not only recognized in our neighborhood, so not only in Slovenia. Some schools began to contact us, but also we got the invitation by international community. With the help of Yaskava company, who did support the program, because I would say they see this program as the basics of headhunting for their company. They introduced what we do here in Germany and our let's say, information got also the European Commission, and we were invited to present also the program on the level of European Commission. Not only that, we had to go to Finland, where is a very famous, I would say, Academy of Robotics in city of Pori. We were recognized out of many programs to be one of most successful ones in European Union. So we got grade number 6 out of several hundred. So I can say that what it was developed and designed really does present an added value, not only in Slovenia, as I said, but also abroad. The next level, and the next slide, you will see, we also no worries, no, but I will explain. The next level was to create also the camps, what we are now designing. And we have this year, not of course due to health problems and the health situation in Slovenia, but we also came up with the design of robotic camps. So we are hosting youth coming from other cities in our country to our municipality. They stay here for a week. They are part of the programming. They are part of designing and creating basic operations by robots. And I have to say that is not only added value for designing a successful curriculum that already was mentioned before, but also got us recognized as a municipality that is worth seeing, it's worth paying attention to. We also added additional value to our tourism development. So investing into education is not only investing into younger people, but it's also investing into better future, I would say, what was the case also in our municipality. Thank you for your attention. Of course, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Дуже дякую, Владимир.
Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you so much, Hvala. Hvala to you. So I do think that with your story, you somehow emphasized the statements from our previous speakers. Yuri mentioned that all changes in sustainable development comes from the bottom level and goes up. And you actually proved that when you presented these courses, for 6-year-olds. And this approach may be only successful. It can be only successful. So we also have Ms. Valeria Ionan, Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation. She's responsible for European integration. So Ms. Valeria, nice to see you here with us at this workshop. And right after you've joined us, I have just a couple of questions to you. Good afternoon, Mariana. Thank you so much for invitation. Hello, colleagues. And, okay, Mariana. Sorry, Valeria. Yes, Valeria. Tell me, please, to start with, why state is investing in people and development, in human development, in society development? You present the Ministry of Digital Transformation, okay? It's not quite clear. Why do you need to why do you need to invest in people? Because mostly your activities are related to education and capacity building, capacity development. So tell us more. Okay, so really an interesting question. Thank you. To be honest, Ministry of Digital Transformation has this philosophy to transform the lives of people and institutions and business to improve the lives of business people and institutions with digital technologies. And we've done a lot within this year, despite that we are very young as a ministry. But the most popular project called DIA, basically this acronym can be actually interpreted as State and I. So we have the portal of state services within it, e-city, the first one that acts nationwide, and DIA Business and DIA Digital Education is also many components, big national project on digital literacy for people. So in the ministry, we have 4 key strategic goals for the next 3 years. So first of all, 100% of all public services to be available online, then providing access to all the citizens to internet, 6 million people to teach them how to become digitally literate. And also improving the IT capacity of the state. Answering your question, Mariana, I want to say that why we actually invest in human capital? Well, First of all, competitiveness, because when Ukrainians will have high quality education, when digital literacy level will not be just basic but advanced, everything will help our people to become more competitive at the labor market, and respectively our economy will strive, I guess. So along with that, I'd like to mention that within the context of digital literacy, it also gives an opportunity to people to use all these opportunities that the state gives, like online services. Also, it simplifies this bureaucratic routine in the life of each citizen. We speak about phone calls and online shopping. We'll do that, and of course, the opportunity to master different digital professions, run your business online, and not just within the territory of your country to become a professional businessman, but actually invade into foreign markets. So, okay, in fact, just a motto of your activity: if you want to develop, you need to transform. In your case, digitally transformed. You must be digitally transformed. Very well. Okay, tell me, please, what areas, maybe what future plans you have, new projects, or I don't know, something you really want to implement in future. You, as Ministry of Digital Transformation, what would you like to do in the education area, skills, abilities, entrepreneurship sector, or the digital skills when it comes to this? So, right now I am involved to your event, not from my ministry, not from my office, basically, but from the Ministry of Education and Science. Right now I'm staying there, but just 20 minutes ago, we had a presentation of New Ukrainian School, the online platform for students and for teachers. We have more than 200 different lessons presented there and training sessions available to everyone. So this is like a little bit off top, a little bit of advertising. I just want to advertise this platform. But what I want to say is that right now we actively cooperate with the Ministry of Education regarding the digitalization of training processes, then digital literacy, where we actually teach people how to use the technologies. It has two components: digital educational platform osvita.dia.gov.ua, where we have 40 short tutorials and videos with different celebrities and opinion leaders and experts. And these are like micro trainings. They teach people how to use technologies. And today we have 40 videos, and we want to extend the amount of this content in Ukrainian language on digital literacy. And we also actively promote the approval of the concept of digital literacy of Ukraine. And within the next 3 years, we want to actually encourage our state authorities to adopt different European and global practices. So we really want the technologies to be available to everyone, to all citizens of the country, for our people to have high level of digital literacy. The next component, Dia Digital Education, is actually opening of hubs, specialized hubs. These hubs function with the following aim. So if some people don't have access to internet, for example, at their homes, they may freely go there, they may be trained there. 2,000 of these hubs we have, and 4,000 are still under registration. Maybe if someone doesn't know, last year, for the first time, we actually ran this study on digital literacy. 53% of Ukrainians have digital literacy level lower than basic. Okay, so we have a lot of work to do. And when it comes to entrepreneurship, we have this Dia Business project. This is the project containing two components. First, free of charge online platform for current and future businessmen, Dia Business. And today we have first of all the free of charge online school for businessmen, 10 different programs in different areas, starting and like how to open your business, and also the financial literacy, and some specialized tutorials like IT area or food industry and so on. And there's an opportunity without any payment to get advice and consultations on 50 different topics: NBP, validation of business ideas, marketing, fundraising, access to funding, everything. I just want to say that this blog and this portal, actually, a lot of positive feedback is there for it, not just from Ukrainian businessmen, but international colleagues who do note that not in every country you have this portal, this resource. So we just need to use it and use all the necessary resources, all the available resources. This portal allows you to have these online exhibitions and also a huge catalog of services, of different financial programs and legal services, cases, successful cases, business ideas, news, and also the expert portal will be launched, and the portal to attract investment in SMEs. We also translated everything into English, and we continue translating it. In January 2021, we will actually launch this function for B2B format for Ukrainian businessmen to find partners and clients abroad. The second part of the project is opening of the hub network offline in the centers of entrepreneurial support. In Kharkiv, we already have, in Mykolaiv, and last week we opened a new format on the base of Shevchenko University for students, and we plan to have Cherkasy, Uzhhorod, and other cities. And I just want to note that the entrepreneurship topic, we take it very, very seriously, because the majority of people in our team, well, before we were involved in the ministerial activity, we were entrepreneurs, and I was as well. So before I actually was invited to work here. So we know all the painful spots that entrepreneurs have, and we want to provide some solutions. We understand that many failures, we have them because people lack knowledge on entrepreneurship, because nobody taught us how to be businessmen and businesswomen. Nobody at schools, at university, nobody did that. So this month, we're about to launch this big project for schools, for high school students, 42 lessons, special curriculum. And right now we have a pilot format launched in universities called the University of Entrepreneurship. 4,000 students already are there in this program, and I do hope that next year this will not be just a pilot project, not just experimental curriculum, but this will be mandatory for everyone. We have a dream to make Ukraine a country of entrepreneurs. Thank you, Valeria. Thank you. Nice contribution. But somehow it correlates with what Andriy said. So investment in education, and Andriy told us that investing in education is about investing in real changes, actual changes. It's really nice to know that at the state institution level you understand the trend and many things that we have today, but we're expecting to get more in future. And right now, colleagues, we're about to have question answer session, and we have a question from the chat. It goes to Mr. Yuri. Yuri, tell me, our audience wants to know what is your relationship with local governance bodies, with local authorities, and how they perceive your urban development initiatives. Do they support it? Okay, as I told you at the very beginning, we refused to take part in the political process. We are not a political party, we're not a political organization. But still, we set this aim to build a dialogue with business and with local authorities. And I just want to say that if within the first years of this, we had not much of this cooperation, we had no dialogue mostly, but we were extending, we were just accumulating our strength. And we clearly determined the areas where we somehow managed to handle this cooperation. Right now, 80% of the projects that we launch, somehow these are implemented with the support of all three parties: civic society, business, and of course the local authorities. That's why, well, what I can say, that dialogue is, we have the dialogue. It has become constructive. Within time, we sometimes do have, somehow, we may have questions to officials from local authorities, well, we definitely need to have something to stumble upon. If something becomes super perfect, it means that something goes wrong. So, of course, this dialogue is really constructive, and more and more target connections we have with different departments, like Department of Investment Policy. They even are territorially located here with us, with the architecture, with utility services, directly with the mayor. We have very productive interaction. So definitely certain positive dynamics is observed. So the next question goes to Julia. Julia, tell me, 2020 was really hard. I'd say ass-kicking for us all. So despite that, you showed us, you've demonstrated that still we manage to invest in culture. You did that. So why do we need to invest in culture even during the crisis? Why do you advise us to invest in culture? What is the role of culture development at the local level? Thank you for your question. During my presentation, as I mentioned that, so if we take a closer look at OSCE study, they form this pyramid, let's say, hierarchy of society's life development. So first, culture is the background. It's the bottom level. Then we have society built upon that. Then we have the economy, and the sub-level is environment, and we have this eco-friendly mentality for people. But culture is the background because it determines how we actually, what the attitude will be to the healthcare area, social life. Like, do we develop the creative economy or the knowledge-based economy, or we still live in the industrial economy paradigm? So culture shapes everything in the society. So if we don't invest in humanitarian area, in culture, in science, in education, therefore, the current conditions that we have in the country and within the context of COVID-19, and we have the lockdown restrictions, we will have lockdown in January. So the dynamics of the pandemic, we have decreased investment flow, truly decreased investment flow in the cultural area in 2020. We can all see the figures. We see the statistics. During all these 30 years, this is the lowest flow. So we cannot ignore culture. So culture, education, and science, we cannot ignore this sector. If we continue ignoring it, we will have devastated economy. We need to invest in culture. We need to invest in culture properly. Only if we do, then we'll start talking about this shift from industrial economy to creative economy. We as UCF, together with the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, we try constantly to present information about cultural issues at government meetings, communicating with the state authorities, and we managed to get some results in spring when actually there were discussions on decreasing the budget flow to the cultural area, because, you know, culture is usually taken as entertainment by people. But culture, what that is, again, culture is the basic component for our mentality to shape, and it creates our attitude to other social processes. So we managed to have 400 million of funding for the cultural area, actually to maintain it. And of course, the institutional support program, we managed to fight for it successfully. We've signed agreements with almost 900 organizations today, but still the state treasury does not provide funding. Anyway, we observe that, like, theoretically we have the money, but state is not providing it. In practice, I do hope that by the end of the year, all payments will be covered, and we'll invest in culture not only on paper, but we do have this hope. If we go to the language of figures, so investment in creative industry, in the budget, well, it's quite a big piece of budget. So when we were struggling for the funding in spring, We took the information from the tax services and revenue services, 2 billion hryvnias. This is a huge investment still. This is a huge piece. And if we take about the jobs, the number of jobs in the creative industry, well, 4 million people are involved in creative industries in Ukraine. So we need to show this interrelation.
Ті кошти, які
then the money
надходять з держбюджету в сферу підтримки
coming from the budget to the cultural area,
якщо ми
then
покажемо всю картинку.
if we just show the whole picture, but still we have this culture analytics program when we want just via figures to show how important it is to invest in culture, because culture ensures this return on investment. Please stay with us a little bit more. We have a question to you. So does UCF plan to cooperate with business to actually support the cultural area investment? We are doing that already. Starting from 2018, UCF developed a fundraising strategy, and we have a cultural integrity program and also welfare culture and business angel clubs. We cooperate with SMEs and big corporations, and we implement joint programs to fund the cultural and art projects. So partially from the budget and partially from private foundations and international businesses. So we have very good cooperation with Zagari Foundation and also joint program with Cocos Fashion business in the area of fashion and design. And in the future, we plan also to have similar programs in Creative Accelerator. This is the program of mentoring for culture and art projects supported by UCF and business. And in the end of this program, we usually have pitching. All the projects which received grants from UCF, next year they get some extra investment from business and they monetize their projects successfully. So we work on that. And right now, the percent of investment in culture and art projects comparing to budget one. From business, we have approximately 10% of our specialized fund, the UCF fund, and I do hope that in 5 years we'll get this 50-50 proportion, 50 from the state budget and another half from other sources, including business. Thank you. Thank you. So I also have a question to Mr. Vladimir. Please tell me. Well, I'd like you to share maybe your experience or recommendation to be given to the heads of communities. Okay, how to involve investors in such a way for them later to invest in the community, meaning investing in education, primary and secondary both. How to do it?
It's not easy, but I will dare to say a few sentences about what Ms. Yulia was saying. She is really perfectly right. I came across with an article when there was a study being made about the economic and financial crisis that we all faced in 2008 and until 2011. So the countries who did invest into the culture and education, they did not experience so big problems while being in this depression as the other countries who didn't. And this is exactly why we decided to increase investment as a municipality into the culture. So this is really important, and culture makes us human beings. Basically, it opens us the horizons, it opens us creativity and so on and so on. So I really, really strongly support this kind of idea. Back to your question. While talking to the companies, that they should contribute largely into the education system, or let's say support this kind of education, this is a very difficult job. Also, the Japanese who came to our municipality with a very developed technology, they think or they expect municipality to basically take on the burden. Why? Because municipality should create this kind of environment that other will contribute to, but you have to set let's say a role model. So we began to invest first. For example, with this program, we invested over 100,000 euro, and we will invest additional 100,000 next year. But then, if you are successful enough, if you have a very good team, of course, if you have a vision, and to a certain point you are brave enough, then other will follow. And this is exactly what happened. After the first investments, after the first, let's say, good experience that we have from this curriculum, other companies who also wanted to headhunt educated workforce or labor force, they came on board. Today, we don't have any problems anymore. Even the businesses who are here in municipality, they are open to me in my suggestions, for example, what they should contribute with and how. So the climate that we were not having before is existing now. And this is that if you want to have a very educated labor force, you have to contribute. It's not the state, it's not municipality, but you have to be part of this kind of a story. Otherwise, you cannot go so far or so fast as you wanted to go, because as we all know, all European countries are facing tremendous problems how to get a labor force engaged into the companies.
Thank you, Vladimir, for your answer. And I must say that our time is almost finished in this workshop. So just to conclude, a question to all the speakers. So not be a question, but give your recommendation. So what would you recommend to communities? What to invest in to ensure the sustainable development, please? Valery, you may start. Okay, Valeria, yes. First of all, I'd like to advise to invest in two things. First, educational development and entrepreneurship. 3, not 2. Entrepreneurship, education, and digital transformation and digital technologies. IT. In other words, we will not have this concept of as economy in just a couple of decades. It'll be just digital economy. Digital economy, it incorporates 3 key components: digital infrastructure, e-commerce process or e-business, and in fact, I think we as a state and with all our communities, it's not just about evolution, internal evolution. We just need to put a lot of efforts in that to accelerate the process. I truly do believe that digital transformation itself is this quantum leap that will ensure Ukraine's improvement, structural improvement, and to actually take this top position in all the ratings, all global ratings. So I do think that if briefly, I can talk for hours about that, what to do to develop entrepreneurship or education, but just briefly, well, this is my answer. Thank you, Valeria. Thank you for being rational all the time. So, Yuri, what to do? Tell us. So, of course, regardless of my experience, I am from educational sector, but first of all, I'd put culture first. Combined with education. Invest in this, of course, and another very important thing, I guess, that I would like to have always underline the values that we stand on, that are key for us, key values. I always tell my students that I'm very afraid to have only smart students. I don't want to have exclusively smart students. I really consider that we need to remember about kindness, about empathy, mercy, and volunteering, and things, all these things that do make us people, together with developed culture and education, because there's nothing worse than just super smart, super clever people. This is really something we don't want to get. So, Yuri. Okay, I'll tell you that there are no simple solutions. They are never there. So I just don't want to tell you like invest here or there, because it's usually a comprehensive approach. And of course, education and art, primary sectors. These are the basics. If we don't, for example, strengthen and enhance the, if we don't give opportunities for people to develop economically at local level, there will be no access to market and infrastructure and so on. But just not to finish with the word complicated. It's important anyway to be proactive. If you have a wish to change, regardless of what sector you are in, business, civic society, or you represent the state governance, or you are the media representative, you can do a lot. I would invest in connection building. I would look for partners, invest in trust, and via practical interaction, joint projects, I would try to generate this trust and in extend the circle of impact. Just ignite people, generate new models. Step by step, all the system, all the ecosystem called society will evolve in the right direction. Thank you. Vladimir. Vladimir, briefly.
Well, as it was said, there is no a perfect solution, and it's not a very short-term solution as well. I would say that if you're a mayor, you have to have a vision. So you should know where your municipality will be within, let's say, 10, 15 years. The next thing that you have to have is a very good team of your co-workers. So you cannot design solutions by yourself. You have to listen. You have to be taught about solutions, and of course, you have to take the decisions. You have to be bold as well, and you have to be patient as well, because you cannot invest like from today to tomorrow. This is a process. You have to build up the whole process, but it's going to be very paying you off, because if you will do the right thing, you will be awarded, municipality will be awarded. So be brave, do not think about limitations, open your horizons and take smart decisions.
Дуже дякую. Ось фінальний акорд, пані Юлія.
Thank you. Yulia, for you to finish the session. I can just say that, yes, I can just conclude, draw the line under all the statements. I agree with all the speakers. Just, please, the value level. This is the most important thing. For all our states, I really want one thing to happen, actions and words to be on the same line. Then we'll talk about investment. For the investment talks to fully reconcile with investment actions in our countries, in our societies, then it would be really better to live, easier to live, and the value paradigm will fully align with the real life, because today we still have this discrepancy. We imagine some countries while we live in other countries, in countries that we have to live in. Okay, so thank you, dear speakers. Thank you for this wonderful conclusion, and thank you for your time. And I do believe that it was really nice and pleasant for you. Also, just concluding, let's invent proactively, in comprehensive manner, with values. Let's invest in people. Evgeny. Mariana, you took my last word. You took just the very core of my statement. How could you? Now, a very interesting discussion, dear colleagues, and when it comes to discussion of how these changes affect people, we don't have chance actually to deteriorate something or to hide something, to conceal it. We have so many, we still have this trend, like we say one thing, state is declaring the second, and actually it happens in the third way. So we somehow tried to bring all these three realities together and to find where the spaces are worth investing and where the spaces are that should be somehow left beyond our attention within this transformation process. It's still not the end. We have the cherry on the top, and it's waiting for you. In next session, Volodymyr Yarmolenko, together with Larisa Denisenko-Reiter, they will somehow, in a more professional way, reflect on what we heard during the day. This will be like a final interview, we called it, but it may turn into discussion very easily, and it may turn into anything eventually. So we have 5 minutes of break, ladies and gentlemen, very short. So after this, we go back with Volodymyr and Larisa. We'll talk and we'll listen to them. Please stay with us. Stay with International Expert Exchange. I think it will be really thrilling. Thank you.
Друзі, ми повертаємося в студію міжнародного експертного обговорення.
And we are back at our studio. This is our last panel session for today, within which Volodymyr Yarmolenko will take a summary interview from Larisa Denisenko, a famous Ukrainian writer, and they will reflect a bit on what has been discussed for the past 2 days and during the previous panel dedicated to culture, education. Hope it will provide some inspiration for them, because they will be speaking about things of great relevance for the whole of the country, for communities, for the citizenry. So please welcome Volodymyr Yarmolenko, the moderator of this panel. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thanks again for having me. It's real nice to have this possibility of this discussion with Larisa Denisenko, a well-known Ukrainian writer, human rights activist, media expert. Hi, Volodymyr. Welcome everyone who hears me. Again, we are having a wrap-up, if you want, discussion, but aimed very much at the future. Because we need to think where the society goes, using the terms and categories that have been voiced up throughout this day. It's about trust, institutions, creative people, self-governance, and in a wider sense, self-governance, not just in terms of administration, but about people being able to self-govern themselves. And thinking in terms of this metaphorical expression of more is less and less is more, let us think about a certain trauma Ukraine has been having, because we used to have groups of people making majorities, ethnic, cultural, social, whatever. Yet still we live under the threat that we are existentially being threatened by someone, we are about to become extinct, that we are always under threat of something. Do you agree that we have this threatened condition, if you want, as one of intrinsic elements of the Ukrainian society? Does it affect us? Actually, that's quite an in-depth topic to explore. I do remember a couple of years ago, I met Alexander Matvichuk, a well-known civic society activist. She was just back from Stanford, where she studied. And when we expressed and exchanged our impressions, one of her first words were, "I do love my country, you know, but every time I wake up in the morning, I feel myself very tense, very strained. It's very hard for me to relax. I'm always being on guard. I always feel I have to defend my borders, and all my work is about protecting human rights, rights of other communities, community groups. And this is why I always feel very much, focused. To the extent that, it's very hard to feel my own height, because, when you become too stressed, you gather together and you cannot spread your shoulders and feel yourself at full height. And really, we can consider ourselves the majority in most instances. This is the case indeed, but again, historically, when there are some threats to some national identities, like linguistic identity, it becomes deeply entrenched in one's consciousness. And on one hand, we see things getting better, developments happening, and the development happening. Yet still you feel yourself somehow a minority. And the thing about it is that being a minority, you feel automatically less responsible, whether a nation, a group, a state. It is about possibility of looking for higher authority to look after you, to care after you, to protect you. And because of that, we feel less than our real height, and we find it hard to take back that responsibility of a free person. Looking back at the philosophy of human freedoms, we can say that this leads to certain chaos. It's much less about reaping benefits of this condition. We need to become responsible subjects, if you want. We need to grow our majority potential. And at the very least, we need to be able to voice up our traumatic experiences. We need to come to terms about linguistic problems. I myself do not feel threatened in linguistic terms. I feel that I have a long, proud history of the Ukrainian family. I have another experience of growing into this Ukrainian environment, Ukrainian speaking environment. But again, it's a matter of people feeling threatened in terms of the language, the religion and beliefs, the perceptions and views. And this really translates into what is happening to our self-identity. When people try to hide inside their shells or they become overly aggressive, again, this says that we are still in rather a nervous state. And whenever a person lives in such a state, it is much less focused on development, and much more it is about protecting and keeping his or herself alive. Well, there is a long-standing discussion in Ukraine about the dearth or deficit of development-related values. Really, we have many more concerns about our survival, and you have much less to think about development if you are thinking how to survive. This leads to really low level of thinking, low horizon, when people want to hide behind some gates, I don't know, go in hides. And actually, the very fact that we know our threat and status, maybe we can look positively on that in terms of it makes us better understand our threats, and this might provide for better adaptability of ourselves, our society. What do you think about it?
Я думаю, частково ти правий в тому, що коли ти постійно готуєшся до війни,
Partially right. If you know your threats, you won't be caught off guard with them. Still, this threat and status, this feeling of threat, many times is the only perception in someone's life. When people go on waiting for something bad to happen, this is like self-fulfilling prophecy, if you want, and this inevitably becomes part of our self-conscious, our history, and it really wouldn't hurt to have more optimism. To become more optimistic, you need to understand what can realistically be a threat, how you can overcome it, how you can work with it. I think that everything our people, our communities make in our country, when they try to break the ice, to wake up from the sleep, it is about, keeping faithful to your traditions, yet develop, be bold, be outgoing, being able to accept who we are, what we are, and who we want to be, this should create the feeling of perspective for us, for our kids, for the country and the society. I think, yeah, we do have these opposing views that intrinsically affect us and our society. We definitely need to find some balance, like the set of opposites between the so-called family values and the liberal ones. I don't see any discrepancy between the two. There can be liberal family values and quite family-like liberal values. And I think it might be also interesting to have a glimpse of what's happening in the society right now. The subject status of our people, because for the most part, people do have this feeling, this subject entity in themselves. They become less paternalistic. They are less inclined to blame some outside things for their woes, whether it is a party, the Kiev government, or whoever. More and more people assume their own responsibility for their own life, and they proclaim their own ability to become happy, to support their family, their kin. I think the question is that we are all networked. We are parts of a bigger network, and this includes our territorial community, our city, our state, nation. So it's about a certain transition, feeling part of a wider network. And instead, we become increasingly more individualistic. So I do have high hopes in this self-governance and decentralization reforms, because they obviously are better able to provide for the shift in self-identification of our nationals, rather than destroying a personality altogether that they have in Russia, for example. Do you think it is possible for us to do this phase transition to this new type of entity, of subject, through our communities, our cities?
Ти знаєш, не хочеться займатися самоцитуванням, але
I would
ще
hate
в часи
citing myself, but again,
в
at the
мене
time of
був такий
Euromaidan,
есей, який я
I
присвятила
remember
києву-киянам. От я,
writing an
власне, він
essay. I
називався
dedicated it to
приблизно так.
Kievites.
Жити в Києві і жити
It
Києвом –
was
це два різних
titled
концепти. Тому що і так само жити в громаді і жити громадою – це от різні
to live
концепти.
in
Це якраз,
Kiev
мені здається,
or to live
логічно
by
до того,
Kiev,
що
and
ти
these are
говориш, коли
fundamentally
ти
different
трохи
concepts.
розумієш,
It's
що
same can be said about communities. Changes you may pursue with yourself, in your community, in your family, or maybe in social networks, make us rethink our responsibility for bigger, wider changes. And I would not completely agree with you that we
вважають,
have
що
much less
за них
people
має хтось відповідати, або хтось
wanting someone else to care after them. I think in reality we have lots of these people who still want external care, external umbrella to cover them. Because why? You can check real life. Every substantial change comes with great pains. And even a recent survey of people's self-consciousness found that for quite a substantial number of years, we have a negligible 1% increase in people's knowledge of their own capacities, capabilities, freedoms, and strengths.
достатньо видима, потужна, дорівнює
Actually,
оцього 1% змін, яке демонструє
it is part
соціологічне
of the work of human rights activists who do their best, who sweat for a whole year to have at least 1% of people change their appearance, behavior,
Інколи
attitude.
сумно стає, можливо, через це. Прогрес.
Still, it is a progress, if a small one. At the very least, 1 year worth of your work brings that 1% of people to some change, to better self-understanding, to better recognition of the rights, freedoms, their own scope of responsibility. And if even small, these changes can be tracked and recorded by polling agencies, and they attest to certain development potential. Because these changes show that yes, we are still able to change if by these small steps internally inside us, in our communities, we can become better responsible for ourselves and others. We see more responsibility from those elected officials.
цікаві культурні або освітні простори, які
People
дають свій
increasingly
результат.
create new cultural spaces, educational spaces, and
Він
these
буде
spaces
однозначно
definitely also
збільшуватися.
contribute
Я в цьому
to
переконана, тому
shifting
я
changes
говорила
in
чорна
public and
королева
individual
Алісі.
consciousness.
Якщо хочеш залишатися на місці, треба дуже швидко
You
рухатися.
remember that Alice in Wonderland's Black Queen, who said that sometimes you have to run twice as fast just to remain
Та,
where
справді,
you
ми
are, and you have run much faster to move ahead. So this is what we do.
інколи, коли
By the way,
порівнюєш
speaking of running, Ukrainians are definitely sprint champions. Sometimes we
просто рухаються в більш скерованому напрямку.
cannot but notice how slow other societies are, though we might, after closer inspection, see that they move in a more organized way than we do. Anyway, I'd like to ask you, don't you think that this small, slow-paced evolution of our understanding of human rights sometimes leads us to certain extremes, and probably for some people the whole idea of human rights and the need for their protection makes for another reason to want paternalism. Whenever you feel threatened in terms of your rights, you've seen some abuse from a waiter in a
Але задавати
restaurant.
питання про обов'язки мої як громадянина чомусь
You're
ми
not
менше.
satisfied,
І відповідно це і є
think
питання. да,
about someone to punish the offender without becoming more responsible. Don't you think that there is a certain risk that we would sway in a bit another direction, and rather going pro-European would increasingly look for someone to better protect us? What about this paternalistic feeling?
Ну, бачиш, це той самий процес переходу від меншості до більшості.
It's a process of quantity becoming quality. We still have not enough percentage of people conscious enough of their rights to see this qualitative change. It does happen gradually, step by step. This leads to better feeling of responsibility. It could be done simultaneously, but you yourself mentioned that we are not that good in doing it for a longer time than it is needed for a sprinter to do 100 meters. Still, some systemic changes do happen, and people increasingly want to know more about their own rights. Actually, your comment reminded me of my school experience. I do remember when I would come to school to speak to kids about their rights, teachers would always remind me that whatever you tell them about rights, don't forget to remind them they have responsibilities. I was always reminded of that. You know, if you speak about one's right to be treated equally,
І тобто ми тут не
you
можемо
speak of
говорити,
the
що
rights of
людина
others to be treated equally.
от ти тут найголовніша людина в всесвіті.
When we
Давай
hear
розбирай
that
всіх, хто
some
порушить
try to train their kids in feeling they're the cream of the cream and they should be the winners every time. I think sometimes this brings risks of making them forget about other people.
що вона має робити? Вона має попереджати
And
злочинність, вона
well,
має
we have an example of the state.
створювати умови гарантування
The state
захисту
needs to
наших
protect
прав і
our
свобод,
rights and
і,
freedoms,
власне,
protect us
відповідальність
from
для тих,
crime and
хто
abuse,
порушує
and the
має
state should
нести
impose
злочин. Це
responsibility
один з
for
принципів
breaches of those
справедливості.
rights. This is
Інакше,
one of the
от
fundamental principles of
того
justice and
бракує
of the rule of law.
от за відчуттями нашого суспільства,
Yet still,
справедливість достатньо, ти сам знаєш,
I
складна
think for our
категорія. От можна
society,
говорити
justice is quite a
але
vague
коли ти
category.
бачиш, що
Not
будь-які
everyone understands
несправедливі
it
вчинки, які
similarly.
ідентифікуються як
But
несправедливі
again,
більшістю в
instances of
соціуму,
abuse that are
людина,
deemed
яка
such by the
сміливо
majority
залишається
of
без
socium.
відповідальності, тобто оцей механізм
And when
безкарності,
the offender
він
is released from or evades
підсилює тебе
responsibility,
в думках,
this
що
creates
я
this
краще буду
negative
турбуватися лише
feeling,
про себе,
the negative
тому
feeling
що
of, well,
я бачу,
they
що на
can
рівні
shirk
держави
responsibility, so I
відповідальність,
should
власне,
focus
тих,
on
хто
myself, look
порушує
after
мої права,
myself, and
або
the
вбиває
nation,
інших
the
людей,
government
вона
will never be
залишається
able to
самотньо
properly
за своїм
protect my rights
життям,
unless I do it
нічого не
myself.
змінюється, і це людину
And
більше
this pushes
уготоризує.
people
Ти сказав про
towards
хитринство,
this,
коли в тебе
a
немає
bit redneck,
довіри
if you
до
want,
того,
feeling
що
of permanent distrust
власне принципи
to
свободи,
everyone and
принципи
everything
верховенства
around,
права, принципи
total
справедливості працюють в
disregard of the rights
державі,
of freedom, the rule of
гарантування
law,
твоїх
etc.
прав,
Such
поваги до тебе,
people
то виходить так, що ти не зовсім відчуваєш причетність до держави. Вона не є
feel
твоєю.
detached from the
Жити в
state.
державі, жити державою, вона не є твоєю. Ти і це
If
просто
you live in the
говорить,
state
що
and you live
багато
thinking
людей
about the
не
state
відчувають
and being
і не
part of the state, these again are different
причетними до
things, and
цього.
many people are
І тут
still
дуже важливо
feeling
розуміти,
detached.
що
They are
якраз на рівні
isolated
громади
from everything related to the
є
state they
такий
live in.
термін у правоспроможнення громад. Тобто от на рівні
There is a
місцевому
term at the level of
люди
community
вміють
life.
готуватися
It is about
задля
ensuring
відстоювання своїх прав,
capacities
вміють
of those
говорити вслух,
community,
вміють
enabling
комунікувати з місцевою
and
владою,
empowering
вміють
communities. It's
комунікувати з
about people
місцевою
becoming
поліцією,
bolder in
і,
their communication with the
якщо
government, with the law
відбувається
enforcement,
щось несправедливе,
being better able to
ставили це
react
питання на
to
порядок
some
денний.
abuses.
Власне, от дійсно просто
And this
з
is the
дверей в
very
двері
correct
підходили
step.
до людей, говорили, давайте, власне, протестувати, тому що нам не
We
подобається,
know
що
of some
тут відбувається.
grassroots
Давайте
initiatives.
спробуємо
Whenever
протестувати
people
моїх
feel
прав.
discontent, they
Тому що,
feel
от між іншим, теж
threatened by actions of others, the government, when they take things into their hands and want to protest or strike about something. This is a nice manifestation,
недовіра до
though
процесів
the whole
того, що ти
tendency can
поскаржуєш,
be a bit
що вважається тобою
alarming in terms of it is
неправомірним
based
або
on
ж
the lack of
несправедливим.
trust in courts,
Воно
in
породжує те,
justice.
що люди набагато легше можуть згуртуватися в чомусь
Nevertheless,
супротивити, ніж, власне,
it is
згуртуватися,
interesting that
винайняти
people
адвоката
are
або
much
звернутися
more
до
ready
безоплатної
to
правової допомоги і
come
вирішувати
together
це
to
питання
find a
по
offender, to bring him to
але
justice, than
легітимним
to
шляхом, який сповнений
do
поваги
something
і до
legitimately by
людини, і
trying
до
to properly
процесів,
address
і до
courts, see
громади, і до
the
держави.
case reviewed, and do
Дуже
it
добре, що ти
in a
зачепила
more
поняття
civilized way.
справедливості. Я зараз
It's very nice of you to mention
перш ніж я
this
це зроблю, я
notion
хочу
of
тобі
justice,
подякувати за цю метафору жити Києвом,
and I'd like to
а не
thank you for
тільки
your
жити в Києві,
expression
жити державою, а не тільки жити в
to
державі, жити
not
громадою,
just
а не
live
тільки
in
жити в
Kyiv
громаді.
or in the country, but to
Хороша
live
метафора,
by
яка
Kyiv and
багато
by country,
з
to
філософської
think
точки зору це
about
означає,
Kyiv or
що
country.
свою
It's very
суб'єктність
nice.
я виношу за межі
It means that
свого
we
індивідуального життя. Так?
externalize
Тобто
our
вона
own
значно більше,
subject
ніж моє індивідуальне
status,
життя. Але
and
при
we
цьому
have
не
something
заперечує
more
моє
than
індивідуальне
just my
життя.
own very
До
personal
наших
life
глядачів я хочу
with that
сказати, що
experience.
задавайте свої питання, ви можете
May
задавати
I
свої
remind
питання,
the
і
listeners and
ми
viewers
їх
to
обов'язково озвучимо. У нас ще
the
десь
questions
20
to
хвилин на
us. We still
розмову.
have about 20
А
minutes to go.
зачепитися за поняття
We will
справедливості. От
gladly respond
дивися,
to
в
your
чому, мені здається,
questions.
велика
Coming back to justice,
хімерність була Радянського Союзу як
you
державного
know,
утворення.
the biggest
Якщо ми
fault of
подивимося
the
на класику,
USSR
це
as
не
the
про те, як
state
розвивалася
formation,
політика
if we check
в
the
Європі, так?
classical
Але,
sources
напевно, класики
about
політичної філософії, яку
how
я
policy was formed in Europe,
спочатку
particularly the sources I remember to had learned,
вони
when people start thinking about a nation, they start thinking in terms of safety and security, in terms of being secured from external incursions, from criminals inside the country. And the second idea is the one of justice, whereby the nation is deemed an arbiter, able to settle disputes between citizens who might be very good in their own right, but still they may run into disputes. And only later on we find those nation concepts of an entity that provides just redistribution of goods, wealth, provides services, etc. I still think that the basic tenets are about security, safety, and justice. And exactly these were the two core values that the Soviet Union dealt with, destroying them effectively and successfully killing all attempts to revive the very idea of the rule of law, deeply skewing our perception of political thinking and the role of the nation and the European meaning of it. So whenever we speak and think about the reform of the judiciary and handicaps to the reform, I think this is because we are still not really used to the idea of rule of law. When rules are close to everyone and equidistant from everyone, in terms that it is everyone is bound to observe them. It's not about this Napoleonic move when someone says, here's the code you should observe. It is about the whole society growing to the level when certain balance between individual players is reached.
Групи людей, які відчували, що вони можуть повністю перемогти інших, нагнути, як
it was back in 90s when we had those groups of people who thought that they were capable and potent enough to win over others. But these were clans. Do you think that today we see more people willing to see the rule of law state, the rule of law principle at play today?
Власне права, ніяких інституцій
не було. Yes, we have institutional dimension, but without proper rights, institutions.
Ти знаєш, завжди буде велика спокуса і велика потреба у значної кількості людей вирішити своє питання неправомірно, тому що це простіше, або тому що вона це просто може. Ну, це, власне, шлях, який дорівнює насильницькому шляху, тому що коли ми чинимо
in a criminal way.
Це фактично ми вчиняємо насильство.
Because sometimes we trespass laws, but well, we may breach the law, we may do something against it. But sometimes we think that okay, it was not caught, it wasn't detrimental, no one died. So what? You mentioned the USSR.
Умовна рівність, це дійсно умовна рівність, коли це рівність для умовно твоєї родини і моєї родини одна, а рівність для родин, які мали
with quite different situations between families, determined by their access to better goods, better benefits. Someone would never accept it. Someone would agree to that social concept. Yeah, we do remember there were two levels of people, privileged and the rest. Yeah, it was like two herds, and everyone was functioning according to the rules of his or her herds. From there, what we call the phone rule, which was about having someone to call to have your matter resolved. That was about the rule of the ruler, able to decide destinies of others.
говоримо
actually,
часто
it
про
has never
кризу
got away.
судових реформ або про
The whole
кризу
crisis
правосуддя,
of
тому що
judiciary and
люди
its
не
reforms
настільки
is because it is still here, it is
довірилися,
among
щоб
us, and
частіше
people
звертатися,
still
в тому числі в систему
very
правосуддя.
much certain that
Ті,
there
хто
is no real
звертається,
need
вони
to
бачать,
go
що
to
зміни є.
courts.
Тобто можна отримати справедливе рішення
Meanwhile,
цілком.
those who brave the new updated court system, they may find different courts, different solutions, and maybe this is about intrinsic fear people have. When you simply fear treading that new path, you fear some traps on the way, you are not certain, not sure of the outcomes, and you don't want to feel loser afterwards.
Допоки, власне, маленькими або великими зусиллями, вони от такі щоденні і дуже
And
нудні.
I think,
Ми не будемо
yeah, we
цей
have small
шлях
steps, and maybe it will
підсвітлювати і
go
зміцнювати, допоки люди будуть
in
ходити
slow
маленькими
pace,
кроками.
and
Тому
until
що
then we will see people trying to go,
в якоїсь
sideways, trying to find
дуже
other
доброї дороги, коли ти
ways to reach to the intended goal,
добирався до точки призначення лісами, ярами,
and people
манівцями
become used to
і
it.
якимись
When you know
захаращеними
your way,
місцями.
you tend to
Ти
use
звик
it
або звикла, це
time
нормально.
after time.
Це і правосуддя.
You think it is
Допоки
normal.
просто не буде звичка ось ця
Until we
стосовно
develop
того
a
життя
habit
суду абсолютно нормальним шляхом,
of
який
addressing
йдуть,
courts
які пройдуть,
properly,
і президент країни,
without
яким йде, і
fears,
голова моєї
without any
громади, яким йде моя вчителька або мій фінансист, і це
if you know actually that this is the way that everyone else is following, whether it is the president or your neighbor, if you know that this is the only proper way to resolve a conflict, to find solution to a dispute, to fight for your
гідне
rights,
ставлення або право на рівне
to
ставлення,
defend your
всі
right
проходять той
to be
самий
treated
шлях.
equally, etc.
Тоді просто люди будуть розуміти,
And then I
що
think it will increase
це
general
шлях,
understanding
я перепрошую,
that
не для невдах,
that
або
this is
не для людей,
the
які не
proper
мають
way. It is
зв'язків,
not for
не для людей,
losers,
які
you know,
просто загублені в цьому світі.
meekly going to
Це
courts,
шлях
trying to do
абсолютно
something.
для кожного. Він такий
It
є,
will
це правничий
become
шлях для кожного. Від президента
universally
до дитини,
accepted
яка, можливо, тільки
way
зараз
of doing
народилася,
things
але
properly.
її мама або тато теж мають
Be it
якісь
about the
проблеми,
president, be it about young
з порушеними
parents,
правами, які вони теж можуть вирішити в суд. І там не
people
буде
need to
поділу
learn
на
how to use
великих
courts.
вірачів, і не
And
буде
then there will be
поділу
no
на
distinction
дрібних.
between the top
І
rulers
це
and the
завдання
small
для
fry.
системи правосуддя і
And I
завдання
think this is the
для
key
нас
task
з
in
вами
the reform of the
не
judiciary
нехтувати
for the
правовими способами і
judges
показувати
themselves,
переваги
members of that system, and for the rest
того,
of the
що в
country.
правовий спосіб ти можеш вирішити
Only
свою проблему. І
with
повір,
legal
власне,
measures, with
навіть
legal
існування
recourse, you will be
і
able to
робота
properly
системи
solve your
безоплатної правової
problem.
допомоги або правників і правниць, які працюють пробони, свідчить про те, що
And even
людина,
activities
в
of
якому
pro
вразливому
bono
стані вона
lawyers,
не
many
була,
of
в
them
якій би вразливій
operating
групі
in
вона не
country, they
перебувала,
convincingly show
знайдуться
that
люди, які їм можуть підсилити
people
в
can
правовому
find legal
вимірі,
ways of
і
solving their
вона не буде
problems,
почуватися себе закритою.
regardless of the
Єдине, що,
nature of the
звичайно,
problem, their
мені дуже
status,
шкода це
etc.
констатувати, але це вимагає дуже багато зусиль.
Definitely
Жити
it will take
правомірно
lots of efforts.
і
I know
досягати
it's painful for you to
справедливості в правовий
acknowledge it.
спосіб вимагає дуже багато
It will
зусиль.
take a lot of efforts to
Наразі
live legally,
набагато більше, ніж, скажімо,
to
якби
find
ми
justice by
жили
legal
в
means.
системі дуже зрозумілих правничих вкорінених традицій.
Surely with the proper
Дуже, мені
system,
здається, цікаво, те,
traditional
що ти
system of
сказала,
justice, it would
що
be better, but
існує покращення в
it's
правовій
very
системі,
interesting to see
судочинстві, але не всі це помічають,
that
тому що насправді не всі йдуть
there
цим
are some
шляхом, не
improvements
всі
in the
стикаються,
judiciary, but these are not noticed by
але от є такий
everyone,
стереотип.
and
Ну, судова влада,
there
вона
is still
корумпована,
a stereotype
або там
perception
якась інша
that
сфера у нас
okay, judges
корумпована
are
і так
always
далі.
corrupt.
Тут дуже цікаво,
For the most
те,
part,
з
they're
чого ти
corrupt,
починала,
and
да, на
no need
початку,
to
звертати
bother about them.
на позитивні зрушення.
Really, you were right that we need to be more attentive to these signs of change. We have to be able to notice them even
звертати
if
увагу,
this
бо в
is not shown on
інституційному навіть
TV.
розвитку вони є в Україні.
And if we
Їх
see
доволі
institutional
багато.
changes, we should be able to notice them. Let us have a talk about institutions. During the previous panel, we had the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation Director Yulia Fediv. Her institution being quite a success example of an institution being able to deal with stereotypes. Unlike many other governmental institutions, still perceived like, you know, some monsters doing whatever they want to do. And this cultural foundation is a good example of such institution being really successful in looking for creative ideas, creative solutions,
Ти відчуваєш, що
launching these
в
projects,
якихось
funding
інших
them.
сферах,
Do you
тому що
think
в культурній сфері я це бачу, так
some other areas, not just in the cultural area,
інститут книги, деякі інші
some signs out
інституції,
there already.
мистецький арсенал.
We
Можливо,
know
в
that
якихось
in,
інших сферах ти
the
також
mistec's
відчуваєш
arsenal, other
ці симптоми надії.
things have emerged, but maybe in other sectors we also have some
Ну,
early
я
signs.
передусім вірю в інституції. Насправді інституції,
truly the
як
institutions,
для мене це
for
цілком
me,
позитивна
this is
конотація.
truly positive. It definitely has this positive meaning, interpretation. I do feel the power of institutions. I do feel how they evolve. And I have this faith in the future that they will evolve, continue their evolution, because institutional capacity of justice as a system, I also believe in that. I also have faith. We speak about lawyers, about courts, investigation, and prosecution agencies. Well, basically, all this system must be human-centric. We started discussing this approach. We've just started doing it recently, 2-3 years. But taking into account that in a year, only 1%, within 1 year, we get only 1% more of people aware of what's happening in the system. And 2 years of human-oriented approach in the system. So it only means that the system becomes healthier. It starts, so we have the treatment procedure, actually. So in any type of human-oriented, human-centric institution, since its emergence, these were oriented at people. So justice should work, must work in the same way. But what do we have here? We have this, of course, Soviet heritage, legal system, I mean, and basically the legal textbooks, and they are the same somehow. These textbooks were structured in the very same way. So they presented the composition of the state mechanism, and human rights were somewhere in the backyard, left beyond. So the system of legal education, it was built on the mechanisms and processes. And it did not stress on the fact that it truly was important for the legal system to stay human-centric. It's a very nice synergy of physics and philosophy. So from the side of physics, we have mechanisms, norms, processes. When it comes to philosophy, we speak about freedoms and rights. So, and these two oceans, it's like they collide in some way. And we have this science called the jurisprudence, and so basically the legal science itself. And the state always had more. And unless we change the picture, unless we change the balance, state and society, so if we reach finally a condition when human will definitely be more important than state, we want our institutions to become more and more human-centric, just like information institutions. So we do have the broadcasting companies, Suspilne, also radio and TV, and radio culture, and I think these are very human-centric institutions, human-centered, I can say. When we talk about media, and when we even talk about institutions dealing with infrastructure transformations, I also think that recently we've had some improvements. We've noticing it, but we start putting people in the center, in the eye of the hurricane, I'd say. And human starts being the starting point. It's the starting point of changes, not just like an average abstract human being, not something that is convenient for the state, but something that we orient to a person. We all are human beings and we are absolutely different. We have different gender identities and we have different social constructs. We have children, we have minorities. We have this vast diversity. And what's happening in Canada, democracy, as we call it. So when you understand that everyone has one's vote, if you talk, for example, about representative power, all votes should be represented of all the minorities, considering their identity requires representation at certain level. And it's very important. Some people don't consider their identity to be worth of representation, I can say this. But those who do, they must get this right. They must get this capacity. And I think that local authorities as institutions and any institutions we can talk hours, so many of these, they've already started noticing people. And they started noticing, they finally noticed that we are different, that we have different experience, that we have different ideas, different background. It should be taken into account. Very interesting to hear about identity. Quite often, this is a source of many conflicts, you know, because modern democracy is just about considering the majority of the minorities, just to involve all these minorities and identities in the process. And I think it's not taken correctly. So they somehow think that protecting the minority right means that we take the message brought by this minority and that we should force this message to be taken by the majority, LGBT and so on. So this is our deteriorated understanding and deteriorated wrong interpretation. It's like new communism, transformed communism in some way. But we have only 4 minutes left, and I'd ask you, I have this global question. So you speak about subjectivity and human-centered approach. I think the success of Ukrainian society depends mainly on how many drivers of development we'll have and how pluralized, how pluralistic these drivers will be. We talk about people, we talk about communities, we talk about successful businesses, we talk about universities and so on. How many of these change agents and change drivers will have within the context of the conference and the topic of the community development? This is very important. So do you feel that we have more and more of these and that this is irreversible? Do you feel that? Well, I do, of course. And even the title, the name of the conference, like Trust Institutions, Finance and People, just adding law, adding basically development maybe, and we just need to add present and future. Basically, this is the recipe. These are the perfect components for the recipe and how to move forward. We need to have trust, we need to have institutions developed. Finance should be a driver to ensure state prosperity and society's prosperity. And we need to have people who cherish that and develop that, and people who respect others' rights, people who want to have justice and who want to protect justice. And they want to move forward, they want towards the future, and they realize that they need to work, that they need actually to use the moment, but in a correct way. So coming back to our conversation, so with minorities and majority, for us not to promote the dictate, the authoritative approach when it comes to minorities, because we are the majority. We are people who actually are responsible for a state. We are the majority, and we must be subjects, and we must take the responsibility. Then you will never be surprised that, like, you need to protect the minorities' rights and listen to everyone. Then there will be no fear that someone will push you away.
тому що ми відповідаємо за
This will not
себе і
work because
знаємо,
we are the
що ми не самі.
majority. If we are
І це є
responsible for
наша
ourselves,
сила.
we know that we have the unity. This is the power of law, the power of development, and the power of reconciliation. Thank you, Larissa. We do finish our conversation right now. Larissa Denisenko was with us. And I always admire this multidimensional identity. So she's an activist, she's a writer, and in many other areas she's involved as well. And the media expert. So Larissa, thank you so much. And right now we go to the studio. Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you, Ms. Larissa. Thank you, Volodymyr. Unbelievably enriching discussion. If someone would join us and not be aware that we have the Conference on Regional Development, people would just think that, okay, we talk about something that we have here every day, and it's like about living in the court and not living in the court, not going to courts because you don't feel the protection and you don't feel this freedom, internal freedom. I was listening to you and just, you know, how restrained we are with our state, okay? And maybe the communities, the municipalities, this is exactly the right place. When a person feels that he or she is a part of this community, taken completely, maybe Ukrainians will start getting this internal freedom. We all need that in some sense. I'd like to ask, basically, this is the last session. Nothing extraordinary will just pop up about the regional development. And of course, I'd like to have more. But for the online event, whoa, that's 2 days. We thought that would be really too much. But I can say that we do have audience for these 2 days. We have them sticking to us for that time. So Bastian Feigl, GIZ Program Director of You Lead with Europe. Bastian is here with us already. We can see him. I'd like to express our gratitude to everyone staying with us today, all the speakers, profound gratitude, everyone who was involved, of course, the technical team. Thank you so much for this titanic work. And of course, just applause. And of course, Bastian, we pass the floor to you and see you in future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Yevgen. Thanks very much all the speakers also of the rounding up interview. And it was really a great experience also for me to listen to the both of you and your discussion, as I think we, to a certain extent, need much more also to think sometimes a bit out of the box of the, let's say, all the efforts that we are working on, but to understand basically in which direction we also need to understand issues like mentality, or also a certain legacy that we all carry with us, and which, let's say, also influence the work that we do. And with this, I would like to start with the closing words for this international expert exchange. Time flies, and here we find ourselves already at the end of an impressive exchange about the current state of local self-government in Ukraine and in the world. Over the past 2 days, we discussed the basic preconditions of effective local self-government, putting people into the center of the reform efforts, building trust and social capital, and creating functioning and inclusive institutions determines the success of decentralization. And as I said at the beginning, this reflection comes at the right time, with many Hromadas having only recently been created. The fundamental coordinates of local self-government are now being configured. Over the past 2 days, I've heard so many things which will inform my own work as I lead the You Lead with Europe program, and let me share a couple of my takeaways with you. In terms of financial resources, clearly we cannot hope to achieve much without them. First and foremost, it is important to remember what Minister Chernyshov said. Leadership of the Hromadas are managers. They must strive to get their local businesses to grow, for the creation of the new jobs, so that the taxes fill the budgets of own revenues for Hromadas and are used for provision of quality services to the citizens. Yet, we all know money is only well spent when strong institutions are in place. However, the institutions aren't just bodies of power. Institutions are also about dialogue between different levels of government and also among Hromadas. Institutions are about cooperation. But you can't build cooperation without trust. And I believe here the local self-government is the key in itself. As German Ambassador Anka Feldhusen said in our very first panel, decentralization process increases trust in public institutions as decision makers have the opportunity to keep their promises and are approachable for citizens to remind them of their promises. Also, it should be noted that several speakers emphasized how important it is to be transparent. For transparency is the key to win people's trust. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of you all, I should like to thank their excellencies, the ministers and ambassadors, heads of Hromadas, experts from Ukraine and abroad, and all the other speakers and panel members. Their presence has been invaluable and without any doubt has helped make the event a great success. We are also grateful to all those who have been involved in the organization of the event. While they are too numerous to name individually, prominent among them is the ULEAD task force that has produced this event under the capable leadership of Ms. Mariana Semenishin, who deserves an extra note of thanks for all her ongoing leadership and stamina, as well as all members of ULEAD staff and contractors who spend time and effort to implement this online conference through. We greatly appreciate the support we have received from our donors, the European Union, Germany, Sweden, Poland, Denmark, Estonia, and since December also Slovenia, who have been represented here with ambassadors from the European Union, Denmark, Germany, and Slovenia. It is very important that the views expressed here are aligned with the sector political approach of the European partners of Ukraine. And this exchange in the first panel has been insightful and a very important orientation. And finally, of course, we cannot fail to thank our political partner, the Ministry of Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine, for their excellent cooperation, as well as the attendance of Minister Oleksiy Chernyshov and Deputy Minister Vyacheslav Nekhoda, whose contribution to decentralization and to our partnership we highly value. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said yesterday, we have seen very important progress in 2020, but new challenges lie ahead, and this new normal will keep on being very challenging, not only for Hromadas, but also for all of us who try to support them. Indeed, I have high hopes that in 1 year we will meet again to celebrate more progress and to discuss the next leg of our quest for strong local self-government in Ukraine. Until then, ULEAD stands ready to support the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian Hromadas during these difficult times and challenging and great exploring the opportunities to achieve results. One final point. The major takeaway, of course, concerns people. We often say that we take people at the center of all our efforts as we are strengthening competences and capacities. However, in reality, we do not focus on people, but on the fact that people meet each other and exchange, take initiative to develop something to improve their quality of life. And this is the essence of local self-government. I wish you all a good end of the year, happy and healthy holidays, and a good start into 2021.